Hello there. Hello. That's my finger in the camera. Sorry. How's it going? Okay. I don't know what I just clicked. I pressed a button that said something I'd never seen before. Whoops. I guess I'll find out later. How's it going? They changed the live streaming menu for mobile, and I don't even know what I'm looking at right now. So hopefully I don't mess everything up. I hope you guys are doing good. I have been working my butt off, getting super tired, staying up late, working on things, getting cranky at people, and having my wife go, "Hey, you need to get some rest because you're cranky," and I don't blame her. So that's what I've been up to. And I made 3 more walls off camera. I'll show you what they are and describe to you how I did them. But one of the walls I wanted to make for my display was a shoji screen or a shoji wall, that traditional Japanese paper wall with the gradation of the, I think it's maple or pine that they normally use to make those. And I thought we might as well do that one together since it's a straightforward process, but maybe it's one of those things that eludes you guys. I have made types of things like this before, but I've never actually made one of these in miniature. But the principle is pretty straightforward, and I've been had my head completely sucked into like woodworking for like the last 3 months, making all the stuff I've been making. So I'm pretty confident we can pull off a pretty cool looking one. So I've got some 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch pine rods, pine dowel rods from the hardware store, and I also have some, what were these dimensions on these again? These are 5/32 by 5/32 balsa wood square rods. You can do them a little smaller, a little bit bigger. You can do them all the same size. It really doesn't matter. But these are just the ones that I had to use just to give a little bit of variation in what we're doing. Yeah, and that's kind of, I'm gonna grab some other square dowel that I have down there too really quick, because I might change my mind as we go, like I do a lot. But let me show you guys. The reason I wanted to do a shoji screen is because, number one, they're beautiful, and I love Japanese architecture, and especially traditional Japanese stuff and ancient Japanese stuff. I love that stuff. I know a lot of you guys like that too. But I was making a bunch of furniture, 1/12 scale furniture, and I got sort of inspired and I made something, and I realized after I made it, it kind of resembled the Japanese rising sun image. I didn't really mean to do that, but it kind of did. So this is a table that I made. So this is it's a little miniature table that I made out of resin and red oak with a pine stripe down the middle. I was just experimenting. I have like 35 tables that I've done, and a few more that I'm going to wrap up here. And every single one of them is completely different and completely unique. And this is the one that I made that I'm like, this would look really cool in a Japanese setting. Or, well, maybe, we'll see. It might look like crap. I don't know. But this is one that I made where I joined, these are red oak dowel rods that I cut and joined. And that's a red oak bottom. You can see there where there's actual dowel joinery through there into that dowel. That one's also joined into that dowel with another dowel. I tried to do as much. I want this to be strong. Like, I don't want it to be like easily breakable. I like everything I make to last now. I mean, when I first started doing this, a lot of stuff I made was kind of like off the cuff and kind of fell apart after a little while just because I was throwing things together. So a lot of my methods that I've developed are not always just for speed. They're for longevity and strength. And so I do the same thing with these, is what I'm getting at. I took my time on a lot of these to make sure they were fitted. There's even a metal rod going from the Y shape table stand here up into the table base. Actually, let me grab a magnet. I'll show you really quick. I think I have one over here. Yep. So I even did the metal rod. I believe this is one where I did that. Yeah. So I think it's there still. Yeah. Okay, so just watch the magnet. It doesn't want to. It's not as strong. There we go. It's not very strong. It's a small piece of steel, very tiny, but I just wanted it to keep. There it is. I can feel it right there. I was trying to get it. There it is. I was trying to get it to jump for you. There it is. Exciting. There it is. So, yeah, anyways, I was just trying to make these as strong as possible. So all the tables that have bases have a steel rod going up into the bottom, and they're epoxied together. If I used a steel rod, and then all of this is wood glued together with dowel joinery. So this is extremely strong and is going to last a long time. It's sealed with 3 coats of lacquer varnish and yada yada yada. But this is what made me think, because it kind of looks like the sun rays coming out, and it's in the color of the red and the red oak, and I painted it and sanded it off and burnished it to make it look all pretty on the bottom with orange and then a red. And so I wanted to put this in a cool room. I didn't want it to just sit on a shelf, and I thought it needed to look cool in a cool setting. So that's where the idea from the Shoji screen came from to do on this stream. I wanted to do one from the beginning, but I kind of wanted to save it for last because I thought it probably would be the coolest looking one, so I might as well save the best for last. Let me show you guys the 3 other walls that I did. One of them I told you I was going to do, and the other one I said I might do, and I did anyways. Keep looking at myself instead of the camera. Hi, sorry. Bad habit. So this is one where I cut the trim pieces like I said I would. I'm trying to remember exactly what I said. I think it was the last stream I did. If you're watching in the future times, you know. But I did, I cut rectangles out of poster board, and then I glued them down, and then I cut additional trim over those rectangles. So I don't know if you guys can see that, but that is a rectangular trim piece that is one solid piece, and then another layer of poster board strip that I cut a little bit smaller, and then those are actually 45 in the corner. It's probably hard to see on my front facing camera, but there's 45, it's 45 right there, and they're glued in place. And then I took this and I spray painted the entire thing in a base coated it in a very, very light gray. Let that dry completely, and then I spray painted it in this hunter green color. And then I let that dry completely, and then I took, this is 400 grit, I think. I can't tell. I think it's 400 grit. Yeah, it took P400, 400 grit sandpaper, and I just went in here and I rubbed back and forth with the sandpaper without applying a lot of pressure, just light pressure, to get it to sand and lighten the hunter green and look worn. And then I also went around the trim and just lightly pressed around the trim and sanded around the trim to get the weathered look that you see. So this is, it's really just one color of paint that I sanded off with one grit of sandpaper to get this look. It's amazing what you can do with little. I've been kind of following that philosophy lately, trying to do more with less. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, you know. But this one turned out really good. I'm very happy with this. Sorry, my nose is itchy from all the dust. I just moved a bunch of stuff around. I took the internal cutouts, because obviously if I had to cut out this rectangular shape, there's going to be internal rectangle. And I made an inverse of this with this wall. So I took the cutouts and I glued them down, and then I added trim here. The same principle I did the overlay trim on these rectangles, I did this trim here. It's just strips of poster board glued down with another strip of poster board over it. See if I can show you there on the camera. And then I spray painted the base light gray, and then I spray painted it this charcoal gray. Well, that's more of like a medium gray actually. And then I did the same thing. I just took the 400 grit sandpaper and I lightly sanded it to sort of give that weathered burnished look. So I have these 2 little cool accent walls, and I might actually do a bunch more of these. These were pretty easy. Like you could do like 5 or 6 of these at once. And I might do a bunch of these in different colors with slightly different trim styles, just to switch them out. Because these are not right this second, but you know, maybe in a few weeks or a few months, just bang a few of these out just to have for photography purposes, for background purposes, for display purposes. And you know, of course you could use these in dollhouses and dioramas. But it's pretty easy to do this. You know, it's really just a couple hours of work for both of these. And if you were to do a big batch, it wouldn't take that much longer if you just did cut a bunch of these out. So anyways, these are 2 of the walls that I did. Very happy with the way those turned out. And then one that I glued together yesterday was one that I wanted to do from the beginning. I talked about, but I couldn't really explain. I don't know what it's called. I talked about it in the first stream of this 3-part series, is this one. So I used the same 1/4-inch stock we're going to use today, but I just took this wall and I sprayed this with a black base coat and then 2 coats of, I think it was dark walnut was the color. I use Rust-Oleum 2X paint, the spray paint, a lot. I love that stuff. It's high quality spray paint. It's cheap, and if you take care of the caps and you spray it correctly and you shake the can, it lasts quite a long time. I've had some of my spray cans I've had for like 3 years because I use them little bits at a time, and as long as you make sure you shake it really well every time and you store it like above 50 degrees, and when you go to spray it, it's like above 65 degrees, they work great. I love that paint. So I'm not sponsored, but I love that stuff. It's great. I know a lot of other people use it too. So anyways, this is this 1/4-inch pine stock. I mean, these are literally like $1.29, I think, at Home Depot. This is maybe 1.5 of those. So this is literally like $5 worth of material. And I just cut them to various lengths that I thought looked pleasing to the eye. I kind of laid them out and just laid them out so I thought, or excuse me, laid them out as I liked them. That's what I'm trying to say. And then I sanded, just so I didn't have this sharp edge. I wanted it to look finished. So it's probably hard to see on camera, but I sanded the edges so that they have a slight round over, and then I sanded these front-facing edges. So these are all hard edges back here still, but this is like, that's the saw cut edge, but they sanded these to give them a nice finish look. And then I got out my handy-dandy speed square, and I laid them all out one by one. I started with the top here, and I had this like this, and I glued it in place with wood glue. I moved on to the next one, and I glued it down, moved on to the next one, and glued them all down. And I put my 1, 2, 3 blocks on them overnight, and I literally just took them off about 10 minutes ago before the stream, and everything is nice and hard and in place. And I heard a little shake, so I might see there might be one that's not totally glued down, but I'll find that later. And that turned out great. And what I want to do is maybe put a shelf here with a plant on it. I thought that would look cool. So I see walls like this, and I'd love to have one of these in my house, but my house isn't big enough for accent walls. I live in a small place. So maybe if I ever get into a bigger place, I'll do some of these full size. So this is the other one I made. This one took like maybe an hour, hour and 20 minutes. So I tend to save the fast stuff for last because I know I can do it quick, or the hardest stuff for last because I don't know how long it's going to take me depending on what I'm trying to do. So that's kind of what I've done here. I've done these 3 faster ones, and now I'm going to do a slightly harder one that's not hard in concept, but maybe hard time-wise, a little tedious. So that's the other one I did. That's how I did it. I hope you do one, and I hope to see it. If you wanted it to be more perfectly scale accurate, you probably want to go with smaller stock, like this 5/32 by 5/32, or 1/8 by 1/8 would actually be more accurate to what it would be in real life, because 1/4 inch scaled up is 6 inches. So this is a 6-inch thick board in real life, which is too big. But it's bold and looks nice and stands out in this scale, because this is just for display purposes. If I was making this for like a client, for like a high-end dollhouse or something like that, I would get this, I would get this like 1/8 by 1/8 stock, so it's scaled more properly, because then it would be about 3 inches or even less, like, so it would scale to about 2.5 inches, and that would look more appropriate for this scale. It would look more hyper realistic. But for presentation purposes, I think this will work good with some of the dark walnut. I have other tables, I'll show them off eventually. I have other tables that are made of dark walnut and have like metal brass accoutrements, and I have one that's got some bent pine around walnut. I think will look really nice with this. That's why I chose this super dark brown color on the back here that's almost gray, because I thought it would look nice with walnut. So yes, I used to really be into architectural design and interior design when I was in high school. And one of my books back there is my architectural drafting book, and I have a book on American homes, which I talked about getting into at the beginning of the series. Maybe we can look at it at the end if I don't take 5,000 hours. Because those are great books to have. Like, even those coffee table books that they sell at like Barnes & Noble, they're like $10, $20. They're full of stuff. It's kind of cool to just have one of those just to look through and go, oh, I have an idea. Not that you need to copy what's in there, but having them around to glance at every once in a while. without having to just search Google. Because you can obviously search Google, but I get overwhelmed sometimes when I do the Google image searches. I'm like, I don't know which one I like, you know. I need to like see like a sample size of like 5 or 6, and then I go, oh, and then I have my own idea. Sometimes when I have 10,000 images in front of me, I don't know, I get like the Ring of Fire ADD and my brain just switches off. So I'm like, nope, not gonna happen. So we have Ultimate Wood Glue by Titebond. I have the Titebond 2, that's the blue label as well, but I've been having problems with that not staying as glued. This stuff is rock solid. It's been working great for me, so I'm going to be using this. And I've got a couple of pieces of torn off sandpaper. This is 120 grit for doing breakdowns or tearing it down or knocking it down or hogging it off, whatever you want to call it, and 400 grit for smoothing it out. And I've got a couple of sanding blocks, one with 120 grit, one with 400. Why not? I've got X-Acto knife. I've got an extendable box cutter. I've got my miniature miter box. These are excellent to have. They're excellent to have. You can cut 45-degree angles and do little miters, which is a little corner joints or lap over joints or whatever. A miter is a joint that you create between two pieces of stock material, basically. I have these in full size too that are much bigger, and that little edge right here, that's so that when you butt it up against a table, it doesn't slide back when you're sawing through it. So highly recommend these. I always say I'll put a link below, and then I forget to. I'll put one at some point in the future times. And then I have some small brushes to apply the glue in tight spaces, because we're going to be dealing with a lot of small pieces of wood here, so I won't be able to always just use my fingers. And I've got, what did I say, I got pencils. That's what I have. And I got some tape. I might use this to hold things together while stuff's drying, because clamps will probably be too strong for this wood. It might break the wood. And yeah, when we get to the screen part of it, I'll show you what my ideas for the screen are. I might not just do paper. I might actually do something else, something paper-like, because I think it might look better. But we'll see. It might look fine the way it is. And I've got my graph paper, so let's take a look at a design together and sketch up what we like. The one in the thumbnail was one I liked a lot. Thank you, Newfound Zeal. The one that I had in the thumbnail was one I found on Google Images that I liked a lot. I think I want to try something similar to that. That's why I put it up as the thumbnail. So maybe we can sketch something like that really quick. Let me check the chat, say hi to everybody before I flip this around. Universal 112, greetings from Mexico City. Hey, welcome. Welcome. Silver Scratch Built, what's up? Nightwolf 3176, greetings from the west coast of the east coast of rainy Florida. Greetings. Let's see. Oops. Who else is here in the chat? Fine Tip Creative Studio, what's up? Hey, I'll be in Vegas next week. Hopefully we'll see you there. Vander Pike, what's up? Michael Dumas, channel member, what is up? Nightwolf, I said hello. Maurice Phillip, how's it going? How you doing? Maurice was one of the giveaway winners this year. Gerald Brooks, what is up? Shroomy, what's up? And everybody else not sitting on a cushion, hello. We got 31 people watching and 15 likes. Thank you guys, I appreciate that. I know I'm kind of doing these slightly later streams the last few weeks, about an hour later than I normally do. Bearded Builds, what's up? I know I took your sign down that I got from you. Don't worry, it's not going away. I actually am using that for something else. I'll tag you in it when I share it somewhere. I'm still going to use your sign, your lovely sign that you made me, but it's going to be more of a, well, I'll show you when I post it. Anyways, guys, if you need a cool wooden sign made, go check out Bearded Builds. He'll make you a custom sign of your logo like he did for me. What does it say? CFL Church 2. Thank you for being here. Thanks for watching. So Northern Fred's here as well. Northern Fred just tagged me in a cool reel from Collider Digital. They showed a really cool thing they did with miniatures recently. I love those guys. Those guys are fun to watch. Anyways, let me flip this camera around. And here's a sneak preview of a video that I'm working on for all of you. That's it. That's all you get. No explanation. That's coming later. Maybe in a few months that will be released publicly. Oh, and I will be featured in the March 2024 issue of Toytography magazine. There's a diorama tutorial that I did exclusively for them in there. So if you'd like to read a tutorial for me with an explanation, with a ton of pictures. I sent Brian Carr, the owner of the magazine, or the founder of the magazine, like 50 pictures over the last week of the diorama, and I'm going to type up an explanation for him. I started, but I'm going to finish it hopefully tonight, if not tonight, tomorrow, and send that to him so he can put it in the magazine and format it all really nice. I'm featured in that magazine with Jason B. Michael, who is an amazing toy photographer I've been following on Instagram for a long time, and the other gentleman's name is escaping me, but he's a toy maker, toy customizer, toy designer, excuse me, that's the word I'm looking for. I am forgetting his name right now, but he's in that magazine, and so we'll all be in there with Brian's awesome suggestions as well on toy photography tips. So if you're interested in that, you can order a digital copy on Toytography. I think it's toytography.com or toytographymag.com. Just do a Google search if you can't find it. And you can order a hard copy as well that will get printed and sent to you. I ordered hard copies of all the past issues because you can do that. You can order back issues or read the back issues as well. He's also offering year-long subscriptions. Right now it's a quarterly magazine, but it's well worth it. Especially if you're new and you need some guidance in the diorama world and the photography world. If you want to like take cool shots of your figures, or even if you're here because of the Dollhouse world or the 1/12 world or the 1/6 Barbie world, all the principles and the skills and tips still apply to all those different genres and fields. So check it out. I'm very privileged to be put in that magazine. I'm always happy to be included in the community stuff. So thank you, Brian, for welcoming me to that, and thank you for putting up with how long everything takes me to do. I know everybody's probably used to it now, but I still feel bad about it. All right, flip this around. Hey, Duffman Dioramas has been a member for 13 months. Glorious 13 months. Thank you for your support, Duffman. I appreciate that. Bearded Wills, that's cool to hear. Sorry, I don't want to miss anybody here before I flip my camera down. Good day. Oilers Workshop. Thank you. Sorry, I was like, what's OW? Oh, that's me. Okay. Let me flip this down here. And we will get started on our sketch here. Okay. Just trying to move the camera as close as I can. Okay. So we're going to use that same base that I've been using, which is 11 by 14 MDF. That's what I've been building these walls on. So you can, excuse me, there's a little bit of a burp there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Bam. Okay. So here is I'm just using this is graph papers divided into 1/4-inch units, but you can make them any unit you want, right? I'm deciding that they're an inch right now, so I went over 14 inches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's my other corner. So this is just going to help me with proportions to figure out how big or small I should do things before I cut to my material so I don't waste material. And I'm doing a 1-inch drop down because these are going to fit into a display where they're going to slide behind a piece of material. That's a break line in drafting right there. They're going to slide behind a piece of material that's going to cover that top inch of the wall. And so I want to build my wall up only 10 inches, right? This is 11 by 14, but it's going to be 10 by 14. So this is actually 10 by 14 inches. Sorry for those of you who use metric, who are, like the rest of the world. We're in America where we use imperial because we're psychotic. So I'm speaking in imperial. Forgive me. I'm speaking in Darth Vader. No. So 10 by 14 is what I want to go with. And the sort of wainscot type bottom that they have, the veneered bottom the one image in my thumbnail had, which I'm going to change the thumbnail later to whatever we do today. But the image in the original thumbnail that I used has that veneered bottom that's not halfway up a person's body. I generally will space things if I'm making a piece of furniture or a wall to the ANSI standards, which are the American National Standards Institute, that I remember from when I was trained in middle school and high school on drafting. I think it's the UBC now, the Universal Building Code, which is like basically standards for like heights of chair rails, which is that rail you see at about the height of a chair. And they do the veneer below, or the heights of counters, which is usually, I think, like 38 to 42 inches, depending on the counter. It's lower if it's like a ADA, disability access counter. Chair rails, I think, are around 40 inches, I think, give or take, 40 to 46 inches. But these are lower. The style in Japan is they're not as high. That's an American standard. So I will look at my action figures and I will look at their waist height, and usually right below, at, or above their waist height is a good height for a sitting at table or a wainscot or a chair rail. And I'll usually take the measurement off of that, or I'll actually scale down the standard measurement. So like 40 inches in 1/12 scale is going to be a little bit over 3 inches, like 3 3/8 of an inch. That's going to be too tall for the Japanese style. And I'm just explaining that so you understand my thought process here of why. So if I go 3 and like 3.5, that would be right here, which I think would be way too high for that, and it wouldn't look Japanese. It would look like this. The measurements would look like an Americanized version of a shoji wall, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to proportionally bring that down closer to like knee height or below that, which is going to be closer to like 2 feet or maybe a little over 2 feet. I'm going to go ahead and just go with, let's see, let me look at this on my mat here really quick. Just visualize it, 2 feet. Yeah, I'm going to go a little higher than 2 feet. I'm going to go like 2.5. So I think 2.5 is good. Again, I might change this as I do it. This is just to give me some kind of a rough outline, like, rough outline like for an essay. So if I go 2.5 across, and then if I divide this into 4, what's 14 divided by 4 is 3 inches, and then 2 inches divided by 4 is 3.5 inches. So 3.5 inches, 3.5 inches, 3.5 inches. There's my 4 divisions. That was divided into 4 basic because you have 2 sliding panels in the center. So I wanted to keep in with that division of 4. This actually isn't going to be a moving panel. I could do that in a future video, like actually create moving panels like a play set. But I'm just going to do fixed panels where these, everything sits nicely and looks like a nice finished wall, because I'm not going to be operating the wall. And in that layout, you had, it was, let's see, I think it was a double top plate. So there was 2 pieces of trim on the top. And then these were single beams. This would actually be 2 in the center, because these would be doors that are going inward, right? That's not a straight line. And so there'd be 2 plates here. And I'm planning this out because I'm not going to make each of the 4 panels separately. I'm going to make it as one. If I was going to make them separately, I would just make them separately. And then when I abutted these 2 doors, they would naturally have 2 plates. But I have to remind myself there's 2 plates here right now, so that I glue them together that way, because I'm doing it as one whole wall, because it's going to be fixed, like I said. So if that makes sense. That's how my brain works. So this is going to be single, because this would be the outside of this door, and it would slide this way. It's not going to, but that's where it would slide. And then down here, I think there was a single plate and a single plate, so it would be a single plate here and a single plate here. Now I need to decide, do I want this veneer to go across the doors or not? The one in the thumbnail is just a wall, but I wanted to do doors. So I think I'm going to eliminate this and make these look more like doors. And then we're going to have this single plate here, this single plate here, single plate here. Hope this is making sense. Obviously, plan out yours, whatever you want. Look through Google Images, look through a Japanese interior design book. You can just go to Barnes & Noble and look at one on the shelf and take a couple of screenshots with your camera. Just make sure they don't see you. So they don't go, hey, it's not a library. Or go to the library and check out a book on traditional Japanese, style or something. I used to do that when I was bored and had nothing to do in middle school and elementary school. I'd walk to the library and just look up random stuff. Before Google. Yes, I'm that old. And these were solid panels, I think, in the image. They're probably like maple or bamboo. in traditional. I didn't bother to do a ton of research on this beforehand as far as what traditional materials they're made out of, because I'm not going to make them out of traditional materials. But I imagine it's probably bamboo. I'm not sure if I want to do slats like this or if I want to use like a single piece. I'll probably just decide that when we get to it and just decide what I think looks best. And then we're going to divide this up. I'd like to divide it into thirds, if it makes sense, vertically. So it might be too busy. I might have to go into halves. So I'm going to see space-wise. So if this is 3.5 inches, I basically going to go almost, once I add this plate and this plate, I'm going to have about a 3 inches of space. That means they'd be an inch apart. That's pretty good. So like this is 3 inches here. And if I do a 1/4 inch here and a 1/4 inch here, that's the plate. Right, I'm zooming in right here on the wall. And I do a plate over here. And then in the center, I'm going to use these smaller 5/32 ones, because this is the 1/4 inch one that I'm going to do for the outside. Outside here, across the bottom. It'll look like this, across the bottom. This is hash marks, just so you can differentiate material types in drafting. So this is, I should have 3 inches of space in here. So if I put these on center at 1 inch, 1 inch, and 1 inch, these will be 5/32 of an inch wide, which is about 1/8 of an inch. So these will be about this wide if I put them on the center of this mark. So I just drew this because I wanted to make sure this feels proportionately right. And I like that. That looks about right to me. So then if I go every inch up, so if I carry this line up in my brain, I can't draw straight lines at an angle, to the 1 inch, and there's another 1/8 of an inch, and then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, another 1 inch, and I go 1 inch all the way up. That'll give me, almost 10 inches of screen. But if I have a 1/4 of an inch and a 1/4 inch up here, this height is 10 inches. Minus the 1/4, and the 1/4 is a half, so that gives me 9.5 inches of vertical space. And then I have, these are just notes for my brain later, 3.5 inches of width. I do a lot of this just so that I can look back on things, so I'm not doing guesswork, and I remember what my final measurements are going to be, so I don't accidentally make something too big or too small. I have to divide 9.5 inches up, so 1 inch would give me 9 spaces plus a 1/2 inch. So maybe what I should do is a double top plate and a double bottom plate, so I have an even inch, just for math purposes. So if I do a double top plate, that's 2 1/4 inch pieces, 2 1/4 inch pieces, that's a whole inch. So the 10 goes down to 9, and then I can evenly divide it into 9 spaces. So the vertical divisions and the horizontal divisions are the same, and I have squares. Otherwise, I'd end up with rectangles, and I'd have to divide 9.5 by 9, and dividing a 1/2 inch by 9 is going to be annoying to try to be consistent. So it'll be easier. That's why I did that. Just, it'll be easier if I do it in 1 inch segments. And now that I have double plates up here, double plates up here, double plates here, double plates here, it's going to stand out as being double, 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 double. So I might want to do a double plate here just to echo that style, so it looks intentional rather than incidental to me trying to fit stuff within my measurements, if that makes sense. I'm going to go with this, and if it looks like poo, then I'll change it as we go. So, and we're basically going to glue together the outer frame, and then we're going to glue together all the inner larger pieces, like these big structural pieces, and then we're going to go in and do the framing last. And I'm going to see how easy it is for me to notch the balsa wood. If it's easy, I'm going to notch and join everything. If it's hard, I'm going to have to cut everything and glue it together. Somebody's honking outside my shop, but it's probably not for me, because it is 6:30 p.m. on a Sunday, and they're on the wrong side of my shop. So, yeah. So let me just sketch these divisions in here really quick. And actually, now thinking about these divisions, this double top plate here on this veneered piece, I should space at an equal interval of inches. So if this is 7, this should probably be 2 instead of 2.5. Or maybe 2, yeah, something like that. I'll have to figure this out as I go. I'll have to work downwards and figure out where that needs to end up so that it doesn't give me a weird measurement. Which, it's okay if it does. I'm just trying to make it look evenly spaced and equidistant. It doesn't have to be, though. I can choose to end it somewhere short, because that's how they do it in Japan, too. I'm just being OCD about it, I guess. So that's where we're going to have some veneer. But, whoops. Whoops. Sorry about that. I just attacked my phone. 25 people and 28 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. Alrighty. Okay, so I know that was a big salad of words, but this is what we're going to go with, and that's so that you understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. And just a little note, I'm going to see, again, how easy it is to cut this up, but this is end grain. Let me show you this side. This is end grain here, right? That's the end grain of the wood, where you get the grain that maybe looks like this. And joining end grain to face grain, like where these corners are going to intersect here, if I do it like this and I end grain to face grain, it's a lot weaker. So what I'm going to try to do is do like a lap joint. I think that's what it's called. If some of you are better woodworkers than me and you remember the terminology, feel free to correct me in the comments. But it's where you basically, let's try it over here where I have more space, where you cut off half the dimension of your material and create a lap for the adjoining one to sit on. So this one would be cut like this. I can draw today. Think back to 4th grade art class. Think back to 4th grade art class. So the adjoining one would be cut like this, if this makes sense to you. I hope it does. And these pieces would lap over each other like this. Instead of, like this, they would go like this. And then you'd be joining face grain to face grain, which is way stronger. Even in miniature, it's way stronger. And so I want this to have strength and not fall apart. I don't want to like bonk it and have the whole thing collapse. So I'm going to try to do these notch outs. I haven't tried to do that on these small pieces yet. I just haven't needed to. So I don't know if it's going to be easy or hard. If it's too hard, then I'll just do an abutting joint, which is called a button pass, where you have one piece passing while the other one abuts it, right? One piece, like that's what I was just doing. This is the pass and this is the butt. So we'll see what works best. Here it is, folks. Take a screenshot of that amazing piece of priceless artwork. Keep it for your records. Probably shouldn't close that. Okay, so we're going to start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces that are 10 inches long. I feel like I'm going to run out of material already. That's okay. We'll improvise. Let me go grab my other towels I have over here too. I have this stuff too if I need to use it. Live to grind, thank you. Okay. These are my other pre-cut dowel pieces. These are 12 inches long, so I wouldn't be able to use these for the length, full length widths, but I might be able to use these as vertical, and I could use these. Maybe I could use this as the outermost frame, or the top and bottom, and then use these as vertical. I'm just trying to make sure I don't waste or have a lack of material. Let me do some math really quick. Sorry. This is what I mean, guys. It's a process. So this is the one. Here, let me show you. This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 verticals. Sometimes I'll do this too if I'm buying lumber for a full-size project. I'll count. I need 6 at 10 inches. And then here I need 1, 2, 2 at 14 inches. And then here I need 1, 2, 3, 4 at what, 3 inches? 4 at 3 inches. And yeah, that would be all my 1/4 inch stock, right? 1, 2, yeah. So basically I can add this all up. So I need 60 inches for this, I need 28 inches for this, and I need 12 inches for this. So I need 72 plus 28 is what, 90, 70, 100 inches. I need 100 inches of the 1/4 inch stock material to do all that. And I don't think I have it. That's why I just realized I had to use one of my 4. I actually bought 4 pieces the other day, and I had to use one for something else. And so these are 3 feet, I think. Yeah, these are 3 feet. Oh, I do have enough. So 3 feet is what? That's 108 inches. So I do technically have enough. So maybe I will just do it. I can't decide. Now that I'm looking at these different sizes of lumber, though, I'm feeling like doing 3 sizes of lumber might look visually more pleasing, because these are pretty much all the same size. I think a couple of them are a little smaller than the rest. Let me see. So it begins. Okay. So I need 6 verticals. So I would use these for the verticals. So I have 7 in that size, and I have, no, I have 7, 9 in that size. I have 3 in this smaller size, which is like, I don't know what that is. So I have 7 and then I have 3. So maybe, just maybe, I'll do these for the 6 vertical, and then the horizontal, I will use these, and I'll just use these for the top and bottom framing. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, that's what we're gonna do. 164. Sorry, let me see your question real quick before I continue. What was the math to find the scale of a 1/64th Hot Wheels? I think you covered it before, but I forgot what video that was. Just divide your measurement by 64. If you know the full size measurement, take that and divide it by 64 you'll get a decimal probably, and then you'll have to convert the decimal to inches if you're dealing with inches, or if you're dealing with centimeters to millimeters or whatever you're doing. So if you're doing something 10 feet tall, divide 10 feet. Well, sorry. This is probably what you're thinking. If you want something that's 10 feet down to 1/64th, 10 feet, if you're doing it in imperial, in inches, what is 10 in inches? 10 feet is 10 12-inch segments, so that's 120 inches. 10 feet is 120. Divide 120 by 64, which is going to be like 0.4 something, and that would give you in 1/64th how tall to do it, right? So 1/64th of 120 is going to be like whatever that is, 0.4 or something like that. So that, just divide your inches by 64, and that's how you get 1/64th. So it's actually a pretty simple idea, but you want to convert, if it's feet, you want to convert that to inches and then divide it by, if it's like HO scale and train scale, I think that's 1/48th. So divided by 48, like a 4-foot piece of plywood is 48 inches. So an HO scale piece of plywood would be 1 inch, because you're going to divide 48 by 48, which is 1. So an HO scale piece of plywood is going to be 1 inch by 2 inches, because it's 48 by 96. So if that makes sense. All right, so let me cut myself 2 14-inch pieces. I'm just looking down the length of these to make sure I get the 2 straightest pieces to start. This is a good habit to get into when you're dealing with any lumber and any scale. Just look down to make sure you get the straightest pieces to get the straightest cuts. I think these are my straight cuts. I'm gonna go like this. I'm actually sitting for this one. And this is the miter box I was talking about. And I'm gonna move this so I can bring it down here closer to me. Okay. And then we're gonna mark, I'm just gonna use my mat to mark 12 inches here. 12 and 12. So here's my 12 inches. And if you're going to cut a bunch of the same measurement, you really only need to mark it once. I'm lining up my mark here with the center of my miter box cut, putting this here, and then just obviously if you have a table saw, a chop saw, you could just go do that, but I know not all of us have room for that or can afford that, so I'm showing you guys the handheld way. And then you can just put this piece up against this to make sure it's nice and straight. Yep. Then for the next cut, all you have to do is take your piece that you cut and just line it up with the other piece, stack it, and use the previous piece you cut. Oh, and I'm supposed to cut it at 14 inches. I already messed up. I cut it at 12. Ha-ha! I am talking too much. All right, let's do that again. I'm putting the butt into this on the 10-inch mark, and then I'm putting the center of this on the 14-inch mark, or 24-inch mark, so that I've got 14. I already messed up, but that's what I do. Okay. Now you can do what I was just explaining, which is put the previous piece on top to get the measurement for the next piece. Probably. Okay, there we go. Now I can just do that. Ta-da! Now, of course, I'm sure some of you who work with a lot of the foam are saying, why don't you just cut a bunch of foam and do this? You could do this with foam, paint it brown. You could use get a wet wire brush, scrape it into the foam to make it look like wood grain. You can do the foam method, but for stylistic purposes and presentation purposes, I wanted to do it with real wood. So I will probably do this again later. Not anytime soon, but I'll probably do this again down the road with a higher quality wood too. Like this is just basic hobby wood, which works fine for what we're doing and it looks great. But just for my own sake of need, I will, I'm just scraping this sticker off. The price sticker. So I will probably get some higher quality hobby wood like poplar, or if I can find some maple, I will get some maple that's cut down to size and make it out of maple so that it even looks even more accurate aesthetically to what it would really be. You know, this is going to give us the appearance just fine, but I like making things as close to the real thing as I can, whether it's a piece of a costume armor or a miniature. I like to do, if I can, as close to the real materials and the real thing as possible. So this will work totally fine too. So, and you could do it out of foam if you just want to make something quick out of foam that looks nice for your figures, for a backdrop, or a quick toy photography thing. That'll work fine too. I've done things like that in foam, and it's actually way easier and faster. But it doesn't look like real wood. It's not real wood, you know. So, but that might be the look you're going for. So, because of the way the toys look, you might want that. So, this piece is bowing up a little bit too much. Let me just check another piece here. That's why this stuff, it bows a lot because it's so thin, but you can, once it's glued down, it'll bow back. All right, that's fine. I'm just gonna go with that. I'm gonna roll with it the way it is. Okay. Maybe not. Let's see if I can just coax it. Better. Oh, it's my mat. I'm going to lay down a grid here too that is the measurements, because I'm not going to glue this onto my MDF base yet because I have to put a paper backer on it, and I don't want to. I could glue this straight onto the paper, but I'd rather build the frame first for well, just because that's the way I want to do it. And then put the paper, because I want to decide what kind of paper, and I might not like the paper that I glue onto it. So I want it to look a certain way, and I want to have control over that, at least the first time, since this is the first one that I'm doing. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I want to have control over the first one. So once I do this one and I decide what kind of paper or backing to use, the next one I make, I might just glue it. I just take a pencil and draw this onto the paper, and then glue everything onto the paper, because then I'll have a guide, which I thought about doing for this, but then it would be demonstrating less techniques. And so for the purpose of demonstrating everything, I wanted to go from scratch with you guys. So but you could, you know, draw the whole thing out on your piece of paper, and then you'd have a guide and you could just glue it right onto the paper, which I did think about doing, like I said, and I'll probably do that for the next one. But once I figure out a process and a look I like from this, I will do that the next go around. I think I just said that 3 times, but basically that's what I mean. 1327. This is just a visual reference on the mat so that I can kind of lay things out and keep them aligned without having them glued down. And the tape does provide a little bit of an edge, so I don't go past that edge. I just realized this is on the wrong edge. This needs to be on this edge. There we go. Okay. Make sure that's framed nicely for everybody in the camera. Yeah. What's up, Drunk Gizmo Customs? Okay. I'm going to stand up now because I need to see over this. Okay. So these are going to be my verticals. And yeah, I think this will look nice. Slightly different size. So this is just under 1/4 of an inch on these. I think these are all the same. Let me stack these up and make sure they're all the same. These might be bigger. Bigger? No, they're the same. Good. Some of them are Bowie though, so I don't want those ones. That one is bowing a lot. That one's bowing a lot. That one's bowing a lot. Give me some to bow. Okay, that one's bowing a lot. That one's bowing a lot. Okay, we'll go with these, and then I'll pick the last one. So these are just a hair under 1/4 of an inch, so these actually will work perfect. And these are slightly stronger. I think these are actually basswood. This is pine, so these are actually more rigid than the pine ones I bought. Okay, let's cut some more stock here. These need to be 10 inches minus 1/2 inch, because they have to fit inside the thickness of these two, and these two equal 1/2 inch, right? Boom, there's your 1/2 inch. So this needs to be 9.5 inches. So I'm just going to mark it here, 19.5, because I'm going from the 10, 9.5, and we're going to do 6 cuts here. I'll give you guys a better angle. Just do a quick little line up here. Make sure this looks like I want it to look. Save your cutoffs, especially when they're all the same size. You'll be able to do something with them later. Like I'll probably save those and make like a miniature table base or something. Yep, that'll work. Okay. 6 more cuts, and just for the sake of time, I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna line these all up here with something straight, and then I'm going to line them up on my mat. I'm going to get another straight edge, and I'm going to just draw a pencil mark across all of them at once, so I cut them all the same measurement instead of guessworking it. You'll still probably have to sand these a little bit too. Your cuts are never going to be absolutely perfect because you're dealing with the tolerance of the thickness of the saw blade, as well as like wiggle and deviation. So you probably will have to sand these a little, or we will probably have to sand these a little, but you will probably too. Again, if I took these all over to my chop saw, I could cut them all the same size right now. If you have one, go ahead and do it, right? So if I stack 6 of these up and just hold them like this and butt them to a flat piece, I could just zip and they're all done. But that's not how we do it here in Oler's workshop. We do it the long way. All right, got these. Let me find another one that's relatively straight. That one's pretty bowy. That one looks pretty good that direction. That one's good. Okay. This one, I'm gonna just take one that I cut and mark it really quick. Okay. Let's lay this out again. Make sure I do a lot of laying out and relaying out before I cut everything, because I have had the horrible experience of cutting everything out and then realizing one thing was off and everything's off because the one thing was off. So I just want to make sure everything sits right where I want it to sit. And let me reference back to my measurements here as I do this. So what did I say? 3.5 inches. So 1, 2, 3.5. 7 inches. Right? Yeah. And oops, there's a twist in that one. I might have to get another piece. This one can go all the way to the end. And then we've got 1, 2, 3.5. And then this was supposed to be a double in the center, like that. And then there's our bottom. Oops. Stay there. Okay. Sweet. All right. And again, as I'm doing this, I'm realizing mistakes I'm already making. This is why we go through the first one that we do will take forever. So if I do this, like if I wanted these to look like real doors, I would actually mount this over the piece of wood here, like that. And then I would mount the other top. So I'd actually cut this, the full 10-inch. I would cut these inner ones the full 10-inch height and glue them over it so it looked like they slid out. But I'm not going to do that because this is a fixed wall. It's just decorative. But since I drew out the whole door thing, that would be something to pay attention to if you were wanting them to look more like doors. Maybe I will. I don't know. That's going to bug me. Maybe, actually, you know what? Maybe I'll use these as support, and then I will cut the actual door pieces out to go over it. Maybe that's what I'll do. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Okay. I'm going to use these as like structural support, and I will cut door pieces out of these slightly thinner ones to go over them, if that makes sense to you guys. Okay. Like, this is what I mean. It's an active process. Yep. Shoji in action. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make marks here on my bottom, spaced out according to where I want them to be. And what I'm going to do is mark where these need to go, glue them in place, and then I will make the door frames and put them over the top of this. So I'll make the doors separate, put the paper on them, and plop them here. So we'll actually have paper towards the back here, paper offset 1/4 inch, and then paper back, which will add some three-dimensionality to the piece, which I think will actually look even better. Yes. Okay, so 3.5 inches Gets me right there. 7 inches is my center. And 3.5 inches takes me to 10.5 inches. And there's my other end at 14. And then I'm going to simply take this top piece here and mark it the same with this guide. Instead of measuring, just take the piece you already marked and mark it with that same piece. Then you know you'll have consistency from top to bottom. Because if you take your ruler and measure the other side and you're off by a 1/16, or you slide your ruler over, then everything's wrong. But if you just use the same marks, you know it will be fine. Okay. Now, again, I talked about doing lap over joints, and I realized now I can't do the lap over joints because I did butt-in cuts. Let me see if I can demonstrate what I'm talking about, though, regardless. So, see, I did butt-in cuts because this is what I mean. Live TV, people, live TV. I guess we're gonna do butt joints. Let me see if I can do a lap over joint just to demonstrate it, since I talked about it like I was some genius. So basically, you want to do this, where I'm gonna mark the width of the other beam, and I'm going to mark a center point here, and then I'm going to, I should probably just use the miter box, and then I'm going to cut down halfway through my mark, like that. And then I'm going to cut it off. And I'm just going to use this to shave it a little bit more flat. All right, see that? And if I cut the adjacent piece, let me do this one too. Now I've just wasted all my material because I didn't think about the stupid cut. Woodworking at its finest. See, a nice produced video would be good for this, because I would be doing all of the things you're seeing off camera, and I could pretend to be a genius from the start and plan all this out and know it all, and you would just see me being amazing at this, and I could just totally deceive all of you. But that's not how life really is it? You can tell I'm not a full-time woodworker. I just play one on YouTube. There we go. Careful doing that. You don't want to slip and cut your thumb or something. Okay, so there's our two lap joints. And if we were to go like this, look at that. Look at this one. Look at that one. Look at this one. And then we could join them, and then we'd have face grain joining to face grain, and the glue joint would be a lot stronger. But since I didn't plan for that, we're not going to do that, which is okay. This will, like I said at the beginning, this is still fine. It's just going to be slightly less strong. But I'm going to glue it down onto a flat surface. So, you know, that's how it is. Fat Red Foo. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so this is the that's the joint I was gonna do, but I didn't plan for. I had to do all of these cuts the full length of the dimension, and then do all these little cutouts, which, as you can see, is pretty quick. But now you can see how to do that, and you can attempt it yourself at home. Welcome to this old house, this old Japanese house. I feel like what's his name, Bob Vila. Whenever I do woodworking, I channel all the time I spent watching This Old House when I spend weekends with my dad. And we would just watch it going, yeah, that'd be really cool if I had all those tools and all that money to buy all that wood to make stuff with. But it's fun to watch you do it. And now I can do it in miniature. Yay! All right, this has a little bit of a curve in it, so I'm going to have to turn it this way. Something to take into account too, by the way, while I'm looking at this, see this piece of wood here? This has a pretty little grain pattern right there. If I turn it this way, you'd never see it. and you'd see these like sort of horizontal, like tiger stripe looking things that don't look that impressive. But if you turn it this way and then you stain it or seal it, this will stand out even more and look really pretty. So take into account when you're doing these cuts, like that looks nice too, which way you angle the face of your wood, because it might dramatically affect the overall appearance and finish of what you're working on. So I'm going to flip this one up because I like the way that looks. It's pretty. Pretty. All right, we're going to go with the 1, 2, 3 block method of clamping here, since I'm doing butt joints. And maybe some tape too. Okay. So let's start down here. And I'm gonna place these here and make a little corner over here with my 1, 2, 3 blocks. See that? I just made myself a little corner where these can't easily be moved. And just gonna move these off to the side here. Again, I'm gonna do the same thing here. I'm gonna find a face grain that I like. Sometimes in miniature, the more detail, like the finer the detail, the more realistic it will look, because real wood is a tighter grain, you know, in full size. Like this is full size wood, but cut small. If you were to shrink the grain, it would be a lot tighter. So usually I turn to the tightest grain because it looks more scale appropriate if I can. I've been doing that with like my miniature tables and stuff, so that they look more scale accurate. Come on. All right, just gonna smear a bunch of glue there. I'm also gonna put a little bit here, right there. And I'm gonna do the other side while I'm at it. All right. And I'm just gonna butt this into the corner and butt that up to it and use the tape as my edge. Come down here and make another corner. And I'm gonna butt this up to there, and I'm gonna butt this to there. Lots of butts tonight. Okay. And there we go. So I've just created a little corner here. I'm gonna make another corner over here before I glue the center ones in so that it stays square. And find the grain that I like. I like that one. Make sure that's level. Yep, okay. Alright, and then I'm gonna just do this and this. And I'm gonna get a couple more. This is again why I bought like 10 of these, so that I could do this appropriately. Same thing there. And I'll do a little zoom around with the camera here once I do this, so you can kind of see closer up what I'm doing. And create another little corner right there. And I'm just pushing these together so everything sits right where I want it. Lovely. Checking my cutting mat to make sure everything is square and the lines aren't wonky. All right, let me give you guys a little zoom in over here. So that's what I did with the 1, 2, 3 blocks. And this will be, I'll be able to remove these in like, 30, 40 minutes, and they won't pop apart, especially once I add in the center beams. Everything will look good. So looks good so far. But that is what I've done here. I've created these butt joints and used the tape as a guide. La-di-da. All right, now I'm gonna do the center pieces. I've got my marks already. And what did I say? I like this grain. And I might have to sand some of these to make them fit. Yep. That's what I was talking about. Some of these might be a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller by like a 1/2 millimeter. So that's just what you do. I'm just going to fit them one by one. I'm taking a lot more care with this first part of the process too, just to make sure I have a good bones for everything else I'm doing. And then the balsa wood I'm going to be able to cut, I think, with a knife. I'll be able to cut that way quicker. It also sands quicker, glues quicker, and whatnot. Yep, there we go. Nice and tight. And just for the sake of it, see if these fit. That one. Just curious if these fit without sanding. If any down here. Just set that out of order, whatever. That one probably will. Yeah, those need to be sanded. This one will probably fit here of its own accord. I'm going to sand this a little bit more. I don't want to bow it out too much. Just want light pressure. There we go. Okay. Just gonna glue there, glue there. And there's my end grain that I liked, or my face grain that I liked. And I'm just taking care to make sure I'm on center with my measurements and my lines on the grid. My mat look good relative to the piece. And these are keeping constant pressure on these, which is pushing the glue out from the end grain into the face grain. So, yeah. All right, this one needs a little sanding. A little bit more. Yep, that's good. If you have like a little glue pot, which I keep meaning to get, I don't have one. I might make one. But a little glue pot, like a glass jar with a metal cap that's got a brush going through the cap, you can squeeze a bunch of glue in it. You can just pick it up with a brush and brush it on. I just keep forgetting to get one or make one. I should probably make one of those. Maybe I'll do that on the stream. I need to make one for Mod Podge and make one for wood glue. You can also make them for super glue if you use the right stuff, which I don't remember what it's called, but I'll make one eventually. Or I won't. Or I will. I don't know. Alright, I'm probably going to have to peel this off the mat too with my blade. I'm going to have to get my blade under there because some of the glue is going to go down to the mat, which is just incidental to what we're doing here. Okay, now I've got two, and actually I don't have to use two pieces because I'm going to have these overlap. I can just use one piece in the center here because I'm going to have two pieces on the doors that are going to overlap over this like I planned on the fly here. That is a pretty big difference here actually. So I'm going to cut this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use this since it's going to be hidden. I'm going to use a piece of 1/4 of the same outside stock here. It's not the nicer stuff. I'm going to be snooty about it. That level. Yes. I'm going to use this. I'm just going to mark it here. And cut it off really quick. that good? A little bitty bit of sanding. There we go. Nice. Okay. You could also nail this together if you have the the hand coordination and patience to pin nail it together, which if I was doing a standalone wall that wasn't getting glued to a lower structure, like the MDF I'm going to glue this to, I would do that. I'd put it in the corners and maybe in the center, just to add a little bit more strength. I'd clamp this, I'd flip this up vertically and clamp it in my vice clamp. And then I would just get a little tiny pin nails on some pliers. You know, I put the nail on the pliers like this, and then just tap, 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 tap into the corners just to give it a little bit more strength. If it was going to stand on its own. This one, though, like I said, will be glued to something, so I don't need to worry about that. The strength will come once it's glued down to the MDF board. There we go. Okay. So this is our main structure. I can do the side screens, the veneer pieces. I can build the door separate. So I guess I'm going to do these sides first, and then maybe we'll move this whole piece, and then I'll do the doors separately. And yeah, I think that'll work. Okay, again, I think I have to divide this up equally. So let me just double check my measurements. Yep, I've got 9.5 inches here. So if I want equal inches, 7 inches would get me equal 1-inch divisions. And I talked about doing double plates. So do I want to do double plates on the doors? Maybe I don't. This is where I have to make a decision. I don't really want to do double plates. So let me use the restroom really quick, guys. I'll be right back. Look over the plans and I'll come back and read your suggestions here. Momento. Okay, I'm back. Drunk Gizmo Customs, am I going to add wood grain to the frame? What do you mean? It's wood. Do you mean more wood grain? It's wood. I don't know what you mean by that, sorry. Okay. Let me see here. If I try to divide, I'd have to, this is 9.5 inches, and if I go, because this was 3 inches inside, right? It's a hair over 3. I don't know what I want to do. I might have to make, hope you guys understand the dilemma I'm having, because I'm having to build this within a 10-inch space. and the thicknesses of the materials is making this not equidistantly dividable by 1 inch. So I'd have to divide this 1/2 inch by 9 to spread everything out, which I can do basically if I do like 1 inch and a 6, because this is this is divisible by 8 in 16-inch increments, 1/16 of an inch increments. So if I go 1 inch and slightly a 1/16 in every division, I'll end up equidistant. But then that means I have to compensate over here for that, and that's what I don't want to do. So that I want everything to line up nicely. So basically, I have to determine the height. No, I can do this. I have to determine the height of my veneer piece, my veneer plate, by doing the divisions now, basically. So I guess I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Let me do that, see where it ends up. So I'm going to put my ruler on here, and I'm going to mark every 1 inch and a 1/16, which is a pain to try to do with my eyes, but because it's like a tiny little measurement. But let's just do it. So just make sure this is lined up. So 1 inch and a 1/16, a little over 1 inch and a 1/16, 1 inch and a little over a 1/16, and then I'm gonna move this. Sorry, that's hard to see. I'm gonna just move this here to keep getting my 1 inch and a little over a 1/16. 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 And right there. And right there, which means my last measurement. Okay, so it ended up being a little less than 1 inch on my last measurement, which means I overcompensated down here. This is why I don't like doing this, because it's so hard to pencil mark less than a 1/16 of an inch equidistantly. So let me just do this again, but I'm going to compensate on the low side. I'm going to kind of go on the lower side of my mark. See where that gets me. So that gets me 1 inch at the top. So these are all like 1 inch and a 1/16, and that's 1 inch at the top, which is what I was kind of not wanting to do. That's like why I didn't want to do this. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and mark across all of my marks. I'm going to mark my marks all the way across, and then I'm going to just pick one of these lines as my veneer top, and that's what I'm going to do. And you'll all have to do it. I chose to do a complex one because I'm an idiot. No, because that's what I do. I pick hard stuff to do, and then I go, why did I do that? Just going to move these up here, and I'm going to just carry these lines over. I'll just erase these later. Just draw them all the way across. And then I'll be able to space everything without measuring everything. So again, I did one measurement, I'm copying it across so that I don't have to measure every single tick mark. And the measurements, the alignment will be more consistent in the end this way. I'm using the mat on the bottom and measuring it against the ruler with my eyes to make sure it's level across. these back here. We'll move these. One more. Okay, now I've got marks all the way down and all the way across for all of my horizontal pieces. The vertical ones I'm not as worried about because I'm only doing 3 divisions in each space, so I'm not going to freak out about that, which I might as well just mark them now since I'm doing this. So let me divide this up into 3 equidistant pieces. So if I go 1 1/16 in, and then 1 1/16 in, that gets me 1 1/16, 1 and 1 1/16. So I'm going to go a little bit back from my mark actually. So I'm going to mark there and mark here. This is where you use a pencil on wood because you can erase it later. You can sand it off. Ink would ruin it. So there's that mark and that mark. And then to put these back here. I'm putting these back as I do this because I don't want to bump anything out of place while the glue's drying, even though it's probably okay now. I'm going to build my grid on this, and then I'll probably build a separate frame for the doors or something. No, I'll build the doors separately. Never mind. I'm going to just do these end ones because I'm going to have to do the doors separate. 3 inches, so 1 inch and 1 inch. Using all the lines I see in my field of vision to line everything up. Make sure it's parallel and perpendicular. Thank you guys again for all the likes. I appreciate that. Lets people know that I'm live and that I'm not boring, even though I probably am a little boring. Okay. Marks. Marks. All right. And just to check to make sure these were straight and level. 3 1/8 and a 16th. 3 1/8 and a 16th. Yep. Check over here. Just checking to make sure they didn't mess these up too bad. 3 1/16 a little over. Oh yeah, good. This one's off by like a 64th, which is fine. So all right. Now we're gonna move on to the balsa. Good old balsa wood. Look at this. Balsa wood storage. Haha. Okay. Stop playing around, Jordan. No. See, that's a testament to how heavy 1, 2, 3 blocks are and how light balsa wood is. Okay, let's go ahead and cut. Let's see. Is it going to be easier if I do the horizontals and then cut the verticals, or do the verticals and cut the horizontals? Because that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines. Oh wait, I need to cut my veneer pieces. Duh. My veneer top plates. There's probably an actual name for that. That's just what I'm calling it. My lintels, my jam, my sill, whatever. That's like window framing terminology, which I don't know if that applies to a shoji wall. It might not. Okay, I need to cut this piece. So I'm going to go ahead and do it at my second mark up here. And I'm going to do it on the bottom of the second mark, right? Yes. These are not the right size already, right? No, those are too small. Okay. Bottom of the second mark. I'm just going to mark. I'm just looking down and making that mark. I'm going to go ahead and cut this really quick. There it is. Let's just see if this fits without sanding. Yes, it does. Okay. I'm going to mark the other one. This second mark up. Who put these balsa wood sticks in my way? There we go. Over here. Okay. Squiggly squoosh. Okay, cool. So let me just glue these in really quick before we continue. I'm actually going to grab, I have a couple more. I'm going to do this, push them together a little bit here. It's a little loose, so. Okay. That looks good. Okay. Okay. Do that. Now I can move on to the other thing. Starting to look like something now. So, just for the sake of saving time, I'm going to do this. Just going to mark it. And I'm just going to see if I can cut these with my X-Acto knife. Because it's balsa wood, I might be able to just, or my box cutter. Yep. There it is. Make sure that fits nicely. And I'm just going to cut each one like that. Yeah, because what I was counting these for originally was if I do, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cross beams, and I have to cut them 3 times, That's 3 times 6, that's 18 pieces. If I cut just these 2 pieces, then that's 12. So, because I only have to cut the vertical cuts, there'll be less vertical cuts. Does that make sense? Because I'm doing a grid. So if I do these 6, there's more lines, do those first in single pieces, and when there's less lines, do those. If I was taller, that would change the math, of course. But I'm going to do 6 cuts here, and I'm going to do 12 cuts here. Otherwise, it would be 18 cuts here and 2 cuts here. So it's going to be, what is that? 12 plus 6. So it's a few more cuts, basically. But it saves me some cutting time. So it can make a big difference if you're doing like a really tall thing. So hopefully that made sense. All right. Just going to put the glue here and plop it into place again. And we're going with on center measurements. I'm just going to do the same thing again right here. And I'm probably going to need to sand these a little as I go. Actually, I could just use my knife to mark it instead of the pencil. So it's slightly more accurate cut. Let me back that off. And I'm also going to just sand some of this. One of these sides on this is kind of rough, so I'm just going to do this. I'll probably get some sandpaper out when I'm done and it's all dry and sand it again as well. But actually, you know what I'm going to do? I've done this before. I'm going to do this. Create myself a little glue puddle and just go like this. It's a little faster. Over to my glue puddle here. Just gonna get some of the excess glue off. These 2 blocks are providing quite a bit of tension too to hold this thing together. Oops. Whoops. Okay. See if I can get everything in camera here for you guys. Let me set some glue puddle here. Maybe. Yeah, maybe not. That's just what I'm using off camera. just lining it up again, marking it with my blade so it's a nice tight cut. It's a little loose. Let me do another one. Don't want it to be too loose. Hope everybody's doing well, by the way. It's been a couple of weeks since I've been publicly live. I did a members only live stream just recently for them, just to show them something I was working on and do it with them, a little bit of the process. Move these. I'll move this one up here. Yep. All right. Yep. Okay, there's our first set of horizontals. I'll move over to this other side and do one here. Moving along pretty quick. Once you get the basic stuff laid out and you have a plan, it's not the end of the world. It goes pretty quick, but it's just figuring out those initial stages can be stressful, as you saw. Next time I do this, I'll know to compensate for the lap joint so I can make it a little bit stronger, a little bit more authentic looking, you know, stuff like that. Obviously, you could cut this all out in a laser cutter if you wanted to, but then you wouldn't see intersecting beams. You'd have to go in and score that, and you wouldn't have the proper wood grain. If you cut this out of a piece of, on a piece of like plywood on MDF, you'd have one single grain with cutouts taken out of that grain, which for me kind of kills the illusion. But if you're going to paint it a solid color, that's a different story. But if you want to show the wood grain, there's give and takes, there's drawbacks to all these different methods. But that's why I like actually doing it with the wood, keeping in line with what I said earlier, making things as close to the real thing as I possibly can in miniature. I feel like pays homage to the reality of it, to the hyper realism of it, and I think if you can do it well, it makes it look really good. So, and it also becomes more of a fine piece of art, or a fine piece of miniature furniture, or a fine object, rather than just a representation of something. It becomes more, it leans more into that fine category, which I'm going for, especially if I'm working with wood. I feel like wood deserves to be finer, if that makes any sense. So it's just how my brain works. My own personal preferando. Let me cut this off here. Is that gonna fit? Yes. Your member video item was awesome. My lady and I watched it this morning. Oh, cool. Thank you. Well, tell Mrs. Fat Red Foo I said hello. Maurice Phillip, we'll see you later if you're not already gone. Thanks again for the 43 likes. I hadn't even been paying attention. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Okay. I know I've got the camera on the left side and I'm right-handed, so my left hand blocks the view sometimes. Sorry, I'll try to Do a little better at that when I can. Whoops. Come on. Okay, fine. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this camera as close as I can for y'all. Oops. It's kind of loose. My bad. Getting a little overzealous with the cut, making them a little bit loose. Tiny pieces of wood with big fat fingers doesn't always go the way you think. Did that go the way you thought it was going to go? No, it did not. It's that Will Ferrell meme. Keep seeing that pop up. Different things. Almost there. And we can move on to another thingy dingy.
Hello.
Yes, that was me. Quiet time with Others Workshop. Had to break it with some kind of a noise. I'm super hyper concentrated, guys. Doing a little fiddly work like this. Sometimes it's hard for me to talk, especially if I'm doing work with a blade. So forgive my lack of chit chat tonight. There we go. One more. I can feel my gout. Oh, lovely. I don't know what is my ring fingers hurt the most with my gout. Anybody else out there got gout? There's a name for gout. People with gout as a group. A gaggle of gouters. Gout groupies. Something like that. My goodness, my hands hurt. They're okay though. That's what I get for having something with high purines in it. Oh well. Clamperoni. Hi diddly eye. There we go. That is got some wood in it. There we go. That was loud. Duffman Dioramas says, this reminds me of when I was in engineering class and we made balsa and basswood bridges to test for weight capacity, and we draw ours out on a graph paper similar to how you're using your mat. Sweet! I have done that too. I think we actually did that in my 5th grade math class using toothpicks. We had to create the strongest bridge size that we could come up with, and I did a suspension bridge. But because, you know, I'm like sort of creatively inclined, I focused more on the look of my bridge rather than the strength. And I think I had the second weakest one in the class because I just tried to make it look pretty, and obviously wasn't the point. But hey, it looked cool until it got destroyed. That's fun to do stuff like that. Learning is fun. Okay. Now I have to decide, do I want to do the whole vertical piece now? Do I want to do those? Or do I want to do the doors while the glue is drying? I don't know. So I'm curious how consistent my spaces got on these. So let me just check. We're at just over 7/8. Oh, dang, just over 7/8. 7/8. Well, there's a hair over 7/8. Just over 7/8. Wow, these are fairly consistent. Just over 7/8. 7/8. Wow, 7/8. 7/8. And just over. Wow. There's 2 that are 7/8, and all the rest are just over 7/8. 7/8. Why am I saying that? 7/8. So that actually means I could just pre-cut a bunch of material, and then glue them in, which I might do. So how many are just over 7/8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 are just over 7/8. So I need 10. Let me write this down before I forget it all. I need 10 that are 7/8 plus 1/16 roughly, and I need 4 that are 7/8 because I'll need 2 to fill each space to create those vertical lines. So basically I need 14 little pieces, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. For the doors I'll need 15, 16, 17, 18. And then 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That's 24 pieces for the door. And whatever I said, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 24 for the doors and 20 for the sides. A lot of cuts, but it's easy cuts, so that's good. So what I could do is I could line this up on my mat, which I think I'm going to do. Hello, not a bird. What's going on? Go check out, what's the name of your podcast on YouTube? I know it's not a bird. I want to say not a bird. Renouncing Adulthood. Go check out Renouncing Adulthood. I did an interview with them quite some time ago where I spill the beans on how much of a renounced adult I am. So go check out Renouncing Adulthood podcast on YouTube, at Spotify and iTunes, and all the places people do things. So I'm gonna center my whatever, center my thing, center my miter box cut on a line here. And then I'm going to move my stick over to where it's at 7/8 of an inch and do my cuts like that. So I can bust out a bunch of cuts really quick. I'm just going to actually mark the 7/8 line with tape here, which is right there. That's my 7/8 right there. So now if I put my center on this inch, and then I just visually, as I'm looking down, I make this piece a butt to that tape line. That's 7/8. If I go just past it, there's my just more than 7/8. 7/8. Why do I keep saying that? Oh my gosh. 7/8. 7/8. That doesn't mean anything, does it? Okay. So I should be able to bust out a bunch of cuts really quick like this. So let me cut my 4 7/8 pieces really quick. One. Two. Three. 4. So let me just check, make sure I did that right. That should be 7/8 of an inch, which it's actually just under 7/8. I'm not compensating for the width of my blade. Yeah, that's actually just under 7/8. Okay, so I need to compensate for that. Save these. I got plenty of this material. So 7/8 of an inch exactly, but if I add 2 blade thicknesses together, then it's just under 7/8, which is not going to glue correctly. So let's try that again. Yep, 7/8 of an inch. Bam. Okay, so I just got to do that 4 times. Incidentally, the inside edge of that miter cut right there is 7/8 of an inch on the tape. So I don't even have to look at the tape. I can actually look at this inside edge of the miter cut and just go a little past it. So yeah, if I can show you, from here to here is 7/8 of an inch exactly. It helps to know the measurements on your tools, by the way. I'll actually use my tools as measuring guides if there's a consistent measurement that's consistent with the size of my tool, like I just did. After I figured that out, lighting this up, I can see, looking downward, that line is exactly where this edge is, and I'm looking at this edge from this side, so it's easier for me to just line it up on that. Pay attention to things like that. It can save you time. So theoretically, you should all be the same, within a little bit of a tolerance. Maybe. They don't feel the same. And 2 are a little bit bigger. Let's see. Let's see how off they are or are not. We'll just put them in here and see if they fit. I might just cut a bunch of these and then I'll just sand them all to fit. Probably be a little bit more efficient than trying to cut them all perfectly. Which ones were exactly 7/8? Not that one, this one. So I'm going to put a little arrow here to remind myself. And then I think this one, yeah. And this one. Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit bigger. There we go. And that one's actually a little loose. Those ones are good. All right, so this one I'll sand down. Maybe these pieces will fit. No, they're too small. Okay. So I also need to mark my marks vertically here. So I'm going to do this really quick. Line it up with my top and bottom marks. Oh, no, I need a longer piece for that. I just use my ruler like I did before. Mark my center points and I'll erase them later. So that everything lines up. Ta-da! Geometry. Brought to you by Pythagoras. Okay. I might even use my tweezers for this. Yeah, my fingers are pretty big, so I'm just going to use my tweezers. Get the glue on both sides. My glue puddle is drying. I'll have to squirt some more glue here in a sec. Let me pour some more glue out here. That's pretty good up there. Yep. Que bueno. Que bueno. That means what good? Ah! And tension will get added to this as I add more pieces too. Let's see, I might need to cut a bigger piece for that. Yeah, that's a little too loose. Okay, back to the cutting. Since I know, I don't even have to use this tape as a reference. Since I know what the size is, I can just do this. As it flies down on the floor. Okay. I'm just gonna test this fit really quick. Off camera, hold on. Off camera, okay. Go ahead and do it really quick. Really quick, very quick. In a world off camera, one man glued some sticks. Sticks. Stay there. Stay there. Okay. That looks kind of pretty just the way that is. Okay. But that would not be a full-on shoji. I think. Well, not really. I've seen a bunch that are different, stylized differently. So I could cheat and leave it the way it is, but I'm not going to do that. All right. Cheating is for cheaters. I don't cheat. I do it the hardest way possible. That's the Oilers Workshop way. There's the right way, the wrong way, and the max power way. Isn't that the wrong way? Yeah, but faster. It's kind of the Oilers Workshop way. Not really. I'm actually the opposite. I'm like the right way slower. Or maybe the wrong way slower that ends up looking right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know. 8. pen. Okay. I don't need this. What good is this? Come on. There we go. Okay, let's see how poorly I did. Pretty good. I'm sure it'll fit a little tighter in one of these spots. I guess that's pretty good, actually. All right, let me just glue this one up. And to get used to the feel of your tools too at certain measurements, you'll get faster. As you saw there, I cut a bunch of these, and these first two are fitting pretty well right off the bat. We'll see how the rest do. Nice. It's like I did it right. Hooray! Oops, too much glue though. Just kind of compensating as I see. Oops. Well, that's not going to stick very good, is it? More glue. There we go. More. If Kylo Ren made dioramas. More. Nope. 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 Spacing it up a little bit wider than the others, maybe. Nope. That's pretty good. Check that one. I like this one. I like it. I like this drink. All right. We've successfully completed 1/8 of our diorama. Oh, lots of cuts. That's okay. There we go. That was a little short. Aren't you a little short for a storm stick? Nope. Now I'm just talking to myself when you're listening, so I hope it's entertaining. This is Euler's brain on dios. Okay. Those are a little tiny. Okay, got a few more. They're a little bigger. Oh, that one might fit there. Nope, too small. Maybe over there. Of course it flew into the black hole. Yep, I don't know where that went. Bounced off into oblivion, the void, also known as the floor. that's much better. Probably should have sanded that one before gluing it in. It's kind of frayed. It's okay. Get straight. Dang it. There we go. Maybe. Maybe. Yes. You're going to get a lot of glue on your hands in this process. The sooner you accept that, the easier your assignment will be, solder. Okay. Those are still kind of loose. I guess this one's a little bit bigger than I thought. All right, let me just cut two more really quick off camera. They're a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's better. I don't know why that's on my measurement. It must have been a little off when I looked at that one, or my check measurement. My goodness. I messed it up, Paul. I don't know why I just did that accent, but I did. Okay, there we go. Maybe there's a warp in that piece that I just didn't notice. Bam. Okay. There is, whoops, there is, if I can get this untangled, there is one side. So we'll do the other side. The other side will go a little quicker now that I know what I'm doing. We'll do the doors, put those on, and put some paper on them. So shouldn't be much longer. Definitely we'll be able to finish this here. We're just over 2 hours in. I think we maybe have another hour and a half left. Give or take a few minutes. Let's see. Go ahead and move these out of the way. All right. Let me check the measurements on these, see how close they are to the other side before I continue. That's over 7/8. I almost did it again. Over 7/8. This one is pretty close to 7/8. Just make a little mark here. This one is 7/8. 7/8. A little over, but close. A little over. Okay. So these three in here should take of the close to this size. So let me just check. Oh yeah. Oops, that didn't stay glued in over there. Just gonna place these all really quick. And then I'll glue them in place after I figure out which ones fit best where. Yeah, baby. Okay, cool. Do the same thing and mark my vertical lines like I did on the other side. And And again, oh, do the other side here. There we go. Now I know where to glue them. Well, this is going well. Swimmingly. All right. I can bring this into view now. This might fit too. That might fit somewhere. Hey, look at that. Yeah. I love having things that are pre-cut that fit. Come on. Get some glue. Come on. There we go. Oh, that's way off. Haha, there we go. Just tapping the ends with my fingers just so take a little bit of the excess glue off so it doesn't just squirt out all over the place when I push it into the support pieces here. That didn't glue in perfectly good over there. That's okay. I renounce adulthood. Okay. Gonna cut some more pieces here. That one ended up being the perfect size. Yippity-doo. So it seems to be if I just cut a bunch that are really close and then do what I just kind of instinctually been doing, which is tweeze fit them, pressure fit them into place, just kind of figure out which one fits best where. That seems to be the fastest application, and that obviously I didn't necessarily think that was going to be the fastest, but that's where what my brain deduced as I was working was just cut a bunch of these that are really close and make a little pile and then just fit them as you go. That seems to be the most efficient way to do it this way. Again, if you can laser cut all these and you have that ability, or you can just put them all on a bandsaw and cut them all at once and you can have all these perfect measurements, then you should do that. I can do that off camera, but I would really only take the time to set that all up if I was going to make like 5 of these at once. In the future, since I've done this one, I'm probably not going to do another one for a little while, and I'll probably do a different style too. So, but I like the process of handmade things. As I've said many times, it's a lot of fun. And I like to do at least one completely by hand, so I understand the process and wrap my brain around how things fit together, and then I can reverse engineer methods and techniques. And obviously, like I said, on camera, I'm able to demonstrate the most doing it this way. If I didn't do that, it would be like kind of the cheat code version, which I'll probably film a video down the road and do that for those of you who need the cheat code or prefer the cheat code. You know what I mean? See if I can find a taller one to push this one up. That's pretty good. Is there one that's taller though? Maybe that one. Ooh, maybe that one. There we go. I might have to cut a custom one for down here. These are not perfectly as aligned as I would want them. That needs to go up like that. So I'm going to cut a custom one down here to hold this all in place while I glue that, because these two horizontal beams didn't glue as well to the side here. Let me just cut one really quick. Hold on one sec. Just going to do this off camera. This is 1/12, if somebody's asking. I see the comment there. But you could apply all this math to 1/6. Just do it twice as big. And there you go. That should push this up. And this one didn't glue. Ah, okay. I'm gonna have to cut a support piece for down here. That's what I get for going quick. One second, one more support piece. Stay there. There we go. Okay, I'm going to use my brushes now. I'm going to spread some glue over here in these because they didn't sit exactly as tight as I wanted them to. So I'm going to just spread some glue in here, in between these joints. And then put that in a water cup. I'm actually going to clamp this. I think that corner is safe now, so I'm going to clamp this together. There we go. Now those should fit a little tighter. Move these 1, 2, 3 blocks out of the way. And then we'll glue these where they belong. Love lift us up where we belong. Shoulda do da day. Is that a song? Not that version. All right. Okay, that's better. It's like a puzzle, but funner. This is actually quite relaxing for me. I hope it's worth it for you guys. Nope. Yep. Maybe. Nope. There we go. There we go. Push. Push. There we go. Look at that. All those pre-cut ones makes this way faster. Too small. Too small. Way too small. Too small. Too small. I might have to cut 2 more pieces. Oh, nope. That one fits. That one fits. Okay, so this needs a little bit of a taller one by like a 1/16 of an inch. All right, I'm gonna cut another piece here really quick, just off camera, because it's a little quicker for me to do here. There we go. That should do it. Yes. Yep. It's gonna be fun to try to get off the mat without breaking it. That's fine. Just go slowly. Okay. Bam. And then I have all these little cutoffs I'll save for if I need to use them on the door. They call me gluey fingers. Cool. There it is. 2 sidewalls. All right. So for the doors, when your strange fishes come out of the rain, 7 by 10. Yeah. Oh yeah. I knew that measurement. So I could make this the full edge width here, but I'm going to actually go 7 by 7, and that'll actually set the door to where it's like sitting right here like this. Instead of like this, it'll be like that. And I think that will look a little bit more visually pleasing. So I'm going to go ahead and do full 10-inch pieces for the door. 1, 2, 3, 4 10-inch tall pieces. And then, yeah, 4 10-inch tall pieces. Is that what I want? I think so. Yes, 4 10-inch tall pieces. And I'm going to do 7.5 pieces minus whatever the width of the 2 abutting pieces in the center is. So I'm just going to go ahead and cut those here off to the side while this continues to dry. And I need 4 of the same size piece. Do I have 4 still? I have 4 of those. Yep. These were kind of bendy though, so do I want to do this? Do I have? Yeah, that's not 10 inches. Fudge sickles. I'd have to use some different size pieces in creative for like the center, and then the outside ones as difference. Like use those in the center, and then that is super bendy. Well, that's actually pretty straight. Is it this one that's bendy? Sorry, I'm trying to sort out what's super bendy here. I think it's this one. Maybe not. Maybe it's this one. I don't know. Let me look. Do the eyeball check down the length of it here. Yeah, okay, it is curving a little. But I could theoretically cut off the curved part. This is way bendy. Okay, I'm gonna go with these. And I'm gonna turn them like that. Yep. And I'm gonna cut off this side. Gonna just abut these here and mark. Oops, maybe it'll let me. Just trying to line these up on my 1, 2, 3 block since it's reliably flat. And then mark 10 inches. That's the 11-inch mark. So if I mark the 1-inch mark over here, you can even see it. Yep, that'll be 10 inches. See? Let me just check it again against this. Yep, there's 10 inches. There's your answer, fish bulb. Okay. Moving the camera around a lot today. Love lift us up, shut. I don't know why that's in my head now, but it is. See if I can do 2 at once here without messing up the cut. I like the cut of your jib. What's a jib? Exactly. Nobody knows. I got all kinds of stuff from the Home Depot, my friend. I'm used to Home Depot wood and I know how to pick it out, so I hear what you're saying there. But these are actually from the hobby store, and they're kiln dried and they're much denser. I think these, as I said, I think these are basswood, but some of these bigger outer frame pieces are pine from Home Depot. But they'll be fine once they're all glued in place. Not worried about that. They've been sitting in my shop for a little while, acclimatizing, so I'm working with them as they're acclimatized, which, by the way, you should do with any wood if you have the time. If you need to work with wood and you're going to have it in a certain space working on it for days or weeks or hours, it's good to buy the wood and leave it in the space for, like, if you can, 72 hours. Just leave it sitting where you're going to be working so that the relative humidity and temperature affects the wood and it settles, and then you work with it as it is and glue it all together, cut it, and then it will more likely to stay stable if it, as after it's worked with. But if you work with it immediately and then it like sits there and settles, it can warp out of place, and then you're stuck, and you don't want that. So let me just see here if I lay these in place, what they look like. Can't lay that one down yet, can I? So just want to get my in-between measurements here. Just laying them out and measuring. I'm gonna have to do that. So my in-between is 3 1/4. Well, a little less. 3 3/16. Oh, that is not correct. Hold on. Let's try that again. Come on, stay there. Stay. Okay. That is 3 1/8. That's better. And that is, if I plop this right here, should be the same. 3 1/8. Wow. Okay. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces at 3 1/8. A lot of Home Depot's wood is incidental to where it comes from. It doesn't all come from the exact same place. And a lot of what they do, they know they're doing for like home projects. So I remember when me and my dad built a huge deck at our house. My dad had to go through every board and hand select every board because the first shipment of wood they brought when they picked it was garbage. So he went and he hand selected every single board off the shelf out of redwood, and then it was fine. But there's good boards there. You just have to know how to look. Just kind of picking a grain pattern here that I like. I like those. What did I say? 3 1/8? I don't know what I said. 3 1/8 of an inch times quattro. Let me get 2 pieces that are the same size. All right, so now this is where it's good for the bendy pieces. These were the bendy pieces. So, but if I cut them in shorter segments, they'll basically unbend themselves. So. 1, 2, 3 1/8. Whoops. Jammed up there. That's because the wood is a bendy piece. It's pinching my saw blade. I have to turn it. There we go. The wood was bowing up, so as I cut into it, it pinched the blade, and I jerked my blade there. That's okay. That happens. You know what? I'm going to hammer this flat really quick. It's got kind of janky. There we go. Nice and straight again. Much better. Make sure I actually got 3 1/8 here. 3 1/8. Perfect. All right. Just gonna cut a few more pieces. Come on. Two more. scrap. And I'll cut one more off here. Okay, so these are all a little off, so I'm going to sand these so that they end up the same. Meaning I'm just going to kind of hold them together and do this. Pretty good. Now I'm going to do the other side. Definitely want these to be accurate. Pretty good. That is pretty close. These two need to be sanded a little bit more than the others. Let's see now. That's pretty darn close. No cigar. Tell us where you're from, what do you want to become, and we'll say if you're okay. Where did you go to school? Something, something, something. You're the kid the whole day, got a sticker in your face. Can't remember the whole song right now. That's No Cigar by Millencolin. The acoustic version by the artist who wrote it on YouTube is incredible. It's in my music playlist. I used to love that song when I was in high school. Said you can't extend, just comprehend. I don't want to hear it, 'cause it's more than I accept. 'Cause I don't care where I belong no more. What we share or not, I will ignore. And I won't waste my time fitting in. 'Cause I don't think contrast is a sin. No, it's not a sin. It's a French-Canadian punk band. All right. I think I can unclamp this. Yep. If you could go back, you could find. I don't remember the next line. That's the next line. It's just a bunch of noises. Oh, you know what? I should glue these together. That's what I should do. 'Cause I'm a freaking genius. You idiot. That didn't come out very smooth. There we go. All right. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna get a binder clip for this. Hold on a sec. I can find my bigger ones. Ta-da! Binder clips. Don't go without binder clips. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Okay. much glue on it, did it? Okay. Might have to do this off of the screen just to hold everything together, or off of the wall. You know what I mean. State. Okay. I'm usually just laying it on here to align it with these edges so that it doesn't. So if I like take it off of this and I line it and it happens to be like parallelogramming one way or the other, like and I put it on here, it doesn't like look off. I want it to match this piece, even if the whole piece is off. As long as it matches this piece, visually it will make sense. If that makes sense to you. Yeah. Doing it this way, I can catch little imperfections too that I can compensate for. Lining it up to the piece that it's going to be on top of. It will look better in the end this way. Oop, and this actually needs a little sanding like that. Anybody asleep yet? If you're not, congratulations. It's kind of a quiet night. I don't think my small clamps are big enough for this. No. Could clamp them to the inner well. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know, my clamps might be too heavy though. I don't know, let's see. Oh, that's fine. We can do that. Quiet clamping. Okay. There we go. Once this is clamped, I can take it off. Or once this is dried, excuse me, not clamped. I can take it off. There we go. Oh, no, go a little higher. See what I did? I kind of daisy chained the clamps where they're kind of like chain linking onto one another. I clamped these two together on the outside of this and outside of this, and then I clamped these together on the other side of this and the outside of that. It's actually holding the whole piece together. So theoretically, I could just lift this off of here. I'm going to wait a minute, let this glue dry a little bit, and then maybe I'm going to figure out what I want to do down here. Do I want to do a veneer or piece of plywood. Because I plan on probably, I don't know if I'm going to stain this. I think I'm just going to sand it and seal it. Because sealer actually looks pretty nice. It changes the tonality and brings out the grain a little bit. Or I could just dip the whole thing in polyurethane. That could look good too. So, yeah. Let me grab a veneer. Hold on a moment. Wake up, Night Wolf. Wake up. Wake up, everybody. Sorry. I'm in the zone here. Look at that. There it is. Yeah, doesn't look like anything. Okay. Plywood. This is bass plywood made of fresh fish. This is the little piece of balsa bass plywood I bought at Hobby Lobby the other day, which was actually kind of expensive, but that's okay. I don't use a lot of this stuff anyways. All right. I think I might just go with this because it'll fill nicely and it'll look color-wise nice with this. Yeah, I think it will. Let me, I'm going to cut this out while I'm waiting for this to dry. Get my smaller ruler. I keep using my big ruler like a buffoon. A baboon. Oh yeah, a little bonsai tree would be awesome. You know, there'll probably be somebody there at, actually, I don't know. I haven't really seen many miniature bonsais. I've seen them, but not a lot. I've seen a lot of really, really amazing miniature artists making like succulent plants and large leaf plants. I can't remember what they're called. I'm not a botany expert or anything, but they use the same process that they make those chopped beads, like out of using cane, and they make cane out of clay, where they'll like wrap things onto each other, stretch it out like roll it out thin, and then chop, and that's how they make the leaves. They roll them flat and then shape them and oven bake them, and it's oven baked clay, and then they make these beautiful leaves that way. And I haven't seen any of them do a lot of bonsais. I've seen some, but I'm not sure how they're done. But that's an excellent idea. I don't think I'm going to have time before I go to Vegas, but maybe somebody there will have one I could buy to put in my display. Bonsai would be epic. Why do you have to say that? Now I want one. You suck. 3 1/8 by 1 7/8. Yep. So, do I want the grain going up and down? Or I want the grain going side to side. Yeah. So I'm just gonna sketch on here what I want and just trim it out. What did I say? 3 1/8? 3, just over 1/8, and this one is 3, just over 3. It's a little smaller on this side. 1, 2, 3, and just over 1/8. I'm gonna go ahead and go 3 3/16, and then I'm gonna sand it down to fit perfectly. I'm just gonna cut it. Move my blade to this side. There we go. That, oh wow, it's actually a little loose. That's all right. Cut another one a little wider. Let's try this. There we go. And I can just mark again with my blade where that cut needs to be. And I lost it. There we go. this is my straight edge. Maybe not. Maybe I'll switch to the ruler because that's actually how you're supposed to cut things. One thing I will warn you about balsa wood and thin basswood like this, it doesn't deal with water that well. It warps pretty easily. So if you go to stain balsa wood, it's better if you have it glued to something more rigid. Just so you know, kind of drives me nuts. That's actually one of the reasons I don't use it a lot. It doesn't really do what I want as often as I want it to. I use denser wood. That'll wake everybody up. Just needs like a little tiny bitty bit off of it. I'm gonna go ahead and try it. Itty bitty bitty bit. How the turntables. There we go. Hey, that might work. Oh, so close. So close. Little bit more. Little baby bit more. It's so silky and smooth and manageable. Tell me if you know what that's from. Oh my gosh. It's like messing with me. It's so close. Hey, there we go. Boom. All right, I'll leave that there. And I'll glue that in when I pick it up. I'll probably glue that in actually when I glue it down onto the MDF, which actually I should probably do now. That would be good. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. I can get out of there. This is my Asian one, Troy. I have a million tables with a million different designs. Not really, I have like 30, but you could probably define some. They're just tables. I just made a bunch of different styles of tables. Not any particular denomination. But you could consider them a bunch of different styles, to be honest. So I could make those short ones that you kneel at. I don't know what they're called. Actually, I could probably bust a few of those out pretty quick. They're pretty simple design. The Japanese do a lot of really beautiful, elegant, I don't know what the right word is, but you know, simple, efficient, that gives them exactly what they need, but made well. So I could probably knock a table like that out pretty quick that would match this a little bit more accurately. Oh, that fits well like that. I just need to cut the width down a little bit more. Ugh. It's amazing. It's like I'm eyeballing the measurement and it looks like it's a 16th, and then I shave a 16th and it's like, nope, that wasn't enough. And you're like, what? I just cut it out. Hey, there we go. Yes. Actually, what I wanted to make was like tatami mat flooring. I don't have time to do flooring for any of these rooms, so I'm probably just going to lay down some fabric for the floor, just like some kind of simple fabric that I like. And then in the future, I'll make individual floors for each wall. I just don't have any time left, unfortunately. So I have time for this wall and the time to glue together the rest of my display and do some work on the tiny art experiment and finish up a couple of the other tables and furniture pieces. That's about all I have time for. Okay, I'm going to see if I can safely remove this and place it on the MDF sheet here before I do the door beams, cross member thingy dingies. I'll probably need to pull these out again, but that's okay. So this should, yeah, this will just come right off of here. Look at that. Clamperific. This is going to be fun getting this off of here now. Okay. Actually, that's not bad. Thought that would be a little harder. Not bad. Oh, heck yeah. Look at that. Boom! I love it when things work. Yay! I love it, I love it. I love it. Alright, I'm just going to clean up. There's some little glue squish outs here. I'm just going to use my knife to clean up. Actually, this side looks a little cleaner than the other side. This side's got some glue squish outs. Right here. Right there. Oop, I guess I have to glue that one again. Oh, not as bad as it looked, I guess. Alright, let me see. Maybe I need to cut this. Maybe this was a little smaller than it seemed. No, that's good. Just needs more glue. Maybe I didn't glue that one. There we go. Go ahead and plop that back in. There we go. Alright, I'm just going to go ahead and start erasing some of these marks here. Since I don't need them anymore. Probably have to sand a little bit on this before I seal it, but I expected that. Where's my brush? Hello, Mr. Brush. I guess I'll get a new brush. All right, I'll just sand the rest once this is like more cured in the morning. So that's the thing, is these are kind of weak. This is also that, how do I say this? The first frame that we did, the outer frame, was pretty weak. But when we add the sum of all the parts together and the glue starts to at least harden, not, you know, it's not fully cured yet, but it's like hardened up. The sum of all the parts is what makes it really, really strong. A lot like, you know, modern buildings, you know, the individual two studs joined together is not very strong, but the sum of all the parts is what makes it a lot stronger. So as we added more and more pieces accurately and tight-fittingly with pressure and glue, that got a little, it got stronger every time, a little stronger every time. And of course we find a few weak points here and there that we just fix. Like this one. All right, so like this doesn't want to sand off. So if I take my 400 grit sandpaper, should be able to work it off. And there it pretty much goes. I'll go over the whole thing with a sanding block when it's, again, like I said, when it's dry. And like little, you know, I'll do things like wrap sandpaper around edges like this, and then get into the edge and go like that. Get all those edges. So I'll probably spend about 30 minutes just doing that. Just to make sure it's all nice before I seal it. Okay, well this is turning out well. Let me show you guys something cool. I'm gonna peel these up now. I don't need these. So I wanted to see what it would look like. Instead of just doing plain white paper, I actually printed some stuff off. I don't know if I'm gonna use it because it's kind of low quality, but it might be an idea for you guys or for another one that I do down the road. Or if it looks cool, I'll use it. I don't know. Find out how it looks here in a minute. Do all this up. Here we go. Okay, I printed off a couple of images of cherry blossom trees. These are just like stock images. I just printed off really quick. That's why they're not high quality. They look cool. It's like a faux watercolor. So I just was curious what this would look like behind the screens if I chose to do that. Kind of cool. I didn't know if it would be too busy. I feel like it might be. That's what I was kind of wondering about. Maybe if I did this in a larger scale, like this was 1/6 scale, and everything was like these squares would be like this big, you'd see more of the tree. Be cool as like a wall painting or something next to this, like on the wall on the side. Yeah, see, like, oops. Yeah, come on. When I have it like right here in this space, that looks pretty cool. But with all of this gradation at this scale, it kind of looks like a mess. So maybe for a future one, maybe I could make some wall art out of this, like resin coat it, do some wall art. Maybe. Maybe. Another one too, just for the fun of it. It's an image that's cut out. It's kind of crappy, but I wanted to see what it would look like. Just for the fun of it. maybe in a smaller scale. If I scaled this image down and had it like smaller and thinner and had it stretched out longer, it might look all right. Sakura, cherry blossom. Well, that's what that looks like. Fun for the whole family. Let me grab one of those MDF boards. This board was, no, we're good. It looked a little warpy, but I guess it's not. So there is the final resting place of the board. Got some gunk on there. Let's see how well I did up here. Make sure this is 1 inch. It is, ooh, that is exactly 1 inch. Actually, it's 15/16, but that's good enough. That'll work. That will give me what I need. All right. Now, I was going to put something sturdier than paper behind here. I was thinking of doing vellum, and you've seen me pull that out before. This vellum with paper behind it. Just the texture of this, I feel like, I don't know, feels better, but it might look like poo. I don't know. I need a regular piece of paper. I forgot about that. I don't have a lot of regular paper around here. Hold on. Oh, you know what? I could use comic book backer board, actually. And that would be easier, better to glue down on than paper. That would be much better. I can find it. I'll be right back. I'm digging in my supplies. There we go. That's funny. I just pulled out my comic backer board supply and I left this tag on one. First appearance of Madam Web. How ironic. If you're watching in the future times, this is the weekend that Madam Web came out. Which I will not be watching because it looks awful. I love Madam Web in the comics though, and in the cartoon. Okay. Now let's find one that is the same. Two that are the same color, white. There we go. They're all slightly different white colors. Those are pretty close. Looks pretty good. Okay, so if I go like this. That looks too flat, but if I put the vellum, think that looks a little bit better. It looks got a little bit more dimensionality to it. I like that. I like a lot. It looks more like there could be light emanating from the back of it to me. It's hard to see on camera, but it just looks a little bit better. Maybe you can see it on camera. Hold on. So that's the vellum. That's the no vellum. Yeah, you can kind of see the sheen is totally different. And I think that looks better. You don't have to do it this way. You could just use a nice piece of textured paper or get some actual rice paper, and that would probably look just fine too. But, you know, I have to complicate everything, so yeah, I think I'm going to do that. And I realize I probably shouldn't glue this down if I'm going to spray seal it. So yeah, I can't glue this down yet because I need to spray seal this without the paper behind it. So it's just going to have to be like this. Well, maybe I can spray seal it off camera tonight and see how well I can sand this down really quick. If it takes too long, then I'll do it later. Pretty good, not perfect. Let's switch to this. Oh yeah, there we go. I think my sanding blocks were a little gummed up. This is working a little bit better. This is fresh 120 grit. There we go, that's a lot better. Not bad. Don't need to sand that part. All right. Yeah, maybe I can do this tonight. lead really sunk in right there. Interesting. Fascinating. There we go. Get up there. Whole new meaning to get the lead out. There we go. Sometimes all it takes is a few switching around of things to find the best method. That works pretty good. There we go. Much better. Okay, I'm gonna do this side again now that method worked pretty good. Oh yeah, that looks great. Oh yeah, baby. I'm excited about sanding. Yeah. All right. Let me just. Just gonna do this off the table really quick. Turn my fan on. Let it blow the sawdust away. Come on. Just about there. Pretty good. All right. Yay. What do you guys think? Is this going well? Hey, what's up, Kevin? Toying Around's here. I see that you were here. I don't know if you left, but what's up? All right, I need to glue these in place. And you know what I might just do is I might just smear a bunch of glue on the back here and tape it. Make sure it's not bleeding through on the front. No, that's good. Then I'm just going to tape it so I can veneer it, I can clear coat it. And put I don't know why I'm worried about the tape bleeding over. I'm just going to peel it off anyways. This back down into the tape. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and clear this over here. I'm going to put my fan on while I do it. I'm just going to stand over here and do it really quick. Let me go grab my clear. It's over there. Rust-Oleum 2X Matte Clear. There we go. So let that dry. I'll probably have to do 2 or 3 coats. I'll probably sand in between the coats as well. Let's go ahead and work on the door now. Oh good, I'm glad you guys like it. It's always a process of this looks like crap, this looks like crap, I don't like this, oh, that looks pretty good. I'm just gonna glance outside the weather really quick. Getting super windy. Okay. Alright, I'm probably okay to unclamp this now. This one didn't get glued. Everything else looks like it did though. Yep. Ah, okay. What did I just do with my wood glue? Ah, there it is. Almost. actually. I think I'm gonna flip it around because now this side is like flat because it was this is the side that I laid down to the face of the table. So this side is actually flatter now. And I'm going to reclamp this really quick. Okay. And I do need to mark this using my other thing for reference. So I love this clear. This clear is almost dry. Look at that, it's already almost dry. And look at how much the color it brought out, especially on those vertical ones. Looks good. Okay, I'm just gonna do this to get my marks. Transfer over all my positional markers horizontally. Center point, center point, center, center. Center, center. Again here. Okay. Set that aside. And I'm gonna go ahead and unclamp this again. And I'm gonna do a tape line to hold it together. There we go. Okay, just to hold it in position while I work on it. And then I'm going to make sure these lines are correct here because I kind of just eyeballed them. And I'm not comfortable with that. Oh yeah, the center ones were like way off. That's not good. Getting windy. There's supposed to be a snowstorm rolling in here. I guess that's it. Showed up a few hours late. Almost got it. But now that we know the process, the best process for doing this, this should go a little quicker than those other two walls, now that I know what I'm doing. Cool. There's those marks. And now I need to get a width again over here, which is 3 1/8. 3 1/16, excuse me. Yeah. 3 1/16. All right, back to the cutting. Do-do-do-do. Back to marking the cut with my blade here, so that it's the most accurate. Of course, it's a little off. Make another glue puddle here. I think I'm going to go all the way across on these. Instead of like one row and one row, I'm going to go all the way across. I think it'll be a little bit... I guess I should do all sides with tape here, so I keep everything square. Stay there, stay there. Actually, you know what I could do is I could just do this. Tape a couple corners down. There we go. Don't move. Freeze. Police cops. Somebody's got some loud wind chimes. That's the first one. To all of you who have stuck through here since you joined, thank you. I know I'm not chit-chatting about insane things right now, but I'm super in the zone and I'm super focused because I'm going to Vegas in, what, 72 hours? Something like that. Monday, Tuesday? No, less than 72 hours. Whatever, 48 plus, 60 hours? T-minus 60 hours to Vegas. So I'm kind of like in the get-it-done zone right now. Get her done zone. Try not to open up this corner here. There we go. Separating this corner, not corner, but that joint there. I don't want that to happen. Don't do that. Should have probably taped this corner. There we go. buckle my shoe. Any of you guys have Shoji screens in your house? Or anything, any Japanese furnishings? Well, I know we probably, there's probably plenty of people out there with like anime stuff, but like any tatami mats or tatami beds or anything like that. A good friend of mine has a tatami bed and he's been sleeping on it for decades and loves it. I actually wouldn't mind having something like that, but my Mrs. O's workshop could not deal with that. It wouldn't be good for her back. But I like sleeping on very flat stuff. Straightens my back right out. Tatami. Oh no, there goes Godzilla. There goes Tokyo. Godzilla. Anybody here see Godzilla -1? I did, and it was awesome. I didn't go see Godzilla -1 minus color, though. I wanted to, but I just didn't have time. Probably my favorite Godzilla movie I've ever seen, which I haven't seen all of them, but it was pretty incredible, and the story's amazing. I don't remember if I talked about that on the stream yet, but it was pretty epic. Hello, Go For It Painting. Fat Red Foo, good night. Thank you for watching in the future times if you've gotten this far. If you like the Art in Real Time series that I do, which is doing art in real time, and you want to see more of it, if you notice, I believe this is episode 45. And that's because we have a ton of episodes in the members only section. And there is an entire diorama in there that is not available. There's 3 entire dioramas that I do over there that are not fully available publicly. I leave the first one up so people can check it out, see if there's something they're interested in. And if they want to, they can check out the other, what is it, like 25 plus, 30 plus streams where I go over those dioramas. I did those all in real time originally on the channel. And now the members have access to the archive if you're interested in that. I talk a lot more than I do in this video. I'm just kind of in a certain headspace tonight, so I'm not talking as much because I'm just kind of like wanting to get this done. And so my brain is in that, like I said, the get it done mode. But I'm usually chitty-chatty, talking a lot. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, go check out the members only section. And there's a special section too, just for the workshop masters level, where they get access to some more special videos that are a little bit more detailed. And I try to give them a special video as often as I can. I'm like a little bit behind on another video for them, but they'll have something soon. And all the channel members have access to a handful of really cool additional videos aside from those live streams. And I'm trying to do more channel members only live streams as well as these normal ones. Trying to do things that appeal to everybody here, and then do some stuff that's more specific over in the members only section for the folks who are interested. But if you're here, and whether you're watching right now or you're watching the future times, I appreciate the likes, appreciate the subscribes, appreciate the comments, especially in the future times, and the questions. I do answer all the questions, so if you have a question, I will get an alert, I will see it, I will answer it to the best of my ability. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. Thanks for the super chats and the memberships and the super thanks and all that stuff. And working towards doing this completely full time. Not there yet, but every little bit gets me there and gets me closer to that. So thank you guys. Godzilla. Get some more glue on there. Yeah, some of you are already watching in the future. You live in other parts of the world. So technically everywhere but here is a future, everywhere but my meridian is a future time, right? Hello in the future, what's it like? Has the world been destroyed by nuclear war yet? No? Good. I can make more dioramas while I wait. Just kidding. That's not going to happen. I promise it's not. I know. I've got the inside scoop. Time to open another package of sticks. This kind of looks like a bed frame. Give me some sticks. Sticky. Have you guys seen that meme? It's two beavers. And one beaver has got a frying pan and he's putting some sticks in it over a campfire. And the other beaver runs up and kicks it out of his hand. He's like, "Are you crazy? That's a non-stick pan." It's hilarious. That's the only stick-based joke I think that I know. If I only had a brain. My mother always says that. She's probably watching in the future times. What's that from, everybody? Oh, I could blah blah. Shadoo blah blah badoo. I don't remember the lyrics right now. I used to know those. Oh, I could tell you why the ocean's near the shore. I did watch that a lot as a kid growing up. Seen it plenty of times. It was my mom's favorite movie. I don't know if it still is. She had the original 1/6 scale collectible dolls, and she gave them to me. They're up in a baggie up here on one of my shelves. I was thinking about them the other day. I think it'd be kind of cool to do something with them. I don't know what. I don't want to just make a yellow brick road. I could, but I don't know what to do with that. So, I used to love playing with the Tin Man. I should get him down. Put him in the background. I say that stuff a lot and then I don't do it because I forget because I have ADD and it's out of sight, out of mind. Object permanence is a problem for me. It's a big problem I have actually, especially with getting work done. If I don't see it in front of me, I forget that I need to do it. Or I know I need to do it and more time goes by than I realize has gone by. Literally years sometimes. I'm like, oh my gosh. I told him I would have that done a year ago and oh my God. All right. There's no flying cars yet? Night Wolf, how dare you depress me? Darth Muzza, thank you for letting me know. Okay, Let me check this. Is this still a little over 7/8? Looks like it. Some that are smaller. A little over 7, smaller than. Okay, I'm gonna cut a bunch of sticks really quick. That's okay. As long as we're entertaining one another, that's all that matters. These I think are all going to be too small, but I'll check them. Maybe. That's definitely a no. Those are no's. Some of these might work. Almost there. I'm gonna actually, really quickly, I'm gonna just sand this a little bit and then spray it again. Back to the Future promised hoverboards a few years ago, man. Where are they at? What do you mean no hoverboards? Okay. Okay. Hello. That has been cleared. You are clear for takeoff. Let's see here. Butterfingers. All right. See if we can get some of these to fit. And we can sand this one, clear this one, and assemble it. There we go. Oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't mark these. Let me try that again. I'm going to do this a little more subtle this time. I'm just going to put a little light pencil mark so I can sand it off a little bit easier. There we go. It's so quiet. It would be a shame if somebody yelled. There we go. Durr. You forget your place, young Skywalker. Here we go. Come on. Let's bring it up a little bit. I'm going to put some weight on it. Bunk. Yep. It feels very fitting putting this together with something that resembles chopsticks. Maybe I should get some chopsticks and try it. That would be entertaining for you, probably. Embarrassing for me. That's what the kids call embarrassing. This is a quiet stream. I just keep noticing how quiet it is. It's late at night here. There's not a lot of movement. Live to grind. You just retracted your message. Self-lacing shoes. That'd be cool. Nope. Excuse me. Did you cough right into the mic? I will, thank you. My gosh. There we go. Lovely. In the words of Jar Jar Binks, this seemed lovely. Or overly. What does he say? I think he says loverly. I don't know. I was moving it around before until I found a spot that it fits, and I stopped doing that. It fits pretty close there. What I should do is I should just mark the other side really quick. Just gonna do this. I can switch sides and put little struts in the sides as well. Almost there. I'm determined to get this done on stream, so because I got to get it done anyways. Might as well show you guys everything. This one is not level. Here comes the wind. It's pretty loud. There we go. Stay there. Can I leave that there? Yeah, I can. Glue that there then. It is super windy right now. So close, so close. These fit any of these? I don't think so. Oh, maybe here. Nope. Okay, those are definitely all too small. How many more do I need? I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. All right. Just bust out a bunch of these really quick. This is probably going to be my longest stream ever, or at least second. Probably my longest though. Pushing through. Probably should have put some music on, huh? Sorry about that. I don't usually think about stuff like that because I'm usually talking so much. Also, if I want to re-edit this, because I've done that with some of my live stream skills, I will recut a live stream down into segments that I'll re-release. Like I'll chop it up and just take a skill out of it. And if I have music in the background and then I try to chop it up, into a new segment, the music's going to be stopping and starting in weird places, and it's going to sound weird. So that's another reason I don't typically do that. I talk a lot, and then trying to do the whole music thing and chopping it up, it's way too hard to remove just the music from the audio and recombine it, you know what I mean? So it's a bit of a trade-off there. You're going to get a couple streams or long segments and streams where it's quiet and you're just hearing the cutting or the gluing or my breathing or whatever. My wife gets annoyed because she thinks I'm like having a heart attack because I just naturally am a big guy and breathe hard. So sometimes she's like, why are you breathing like that? I'm like, I'm okay. I'm just breathing. It's okay. It's all good. Oops. My knife fell. Just breathing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, cut a few extras, 23, 24, 25, that's enough. Hopefully that's enough to finish it, we'll see. Some of these kind of blew out when I cut them. Okay. Let's see how we did here. Oops, dipped my knife in the glue. Not good. Hey, that's nice when they fit on the first try. Little on the small side. There we go. Close but no cigar. Almost. Oh, yeah, I should keep looking, shouldn't I? Keep searching for a spot to put you. A lot of almosts. Ooh, that one doesn't really fit anywhere. That's not good. There we go. There we go. kind of fun hunting for spots. This is a pretty therapeutic thing to do. I would love to put on some lo-fi Japanese beats right now, but my iPad that I would do that with, to my Bluetooth, needs a software update, and stinking Apple put a stupid thing in their app store. It's a way to get around people not updating their, well, I don't know, I'm sure this wasn't the original purpose, but it definitely works for getting people to update their system. And my system won't update because my iPad is a little too old, and I put on that setting where it will delete an app if you haven't used it in a while. And so it deleted my YouTube app and put it in the cloud, and it won't let me re-download the old version that I had. It wants me to re-download the new version, and then it won't let me re-download the new version unless they have the new version of the operating software. And it won't let me download the new version of the operating software because my iPad is too old. So now the only app I have on my iPad that works for like viewing entertainment is Netflix. Everything else needs to be updated and won't update. So I can use GarageBand and Netflix. That's about it. So that's like super annoying. A little dumb thing that Apple put in their settings because they suck. So yeah, I can use it for a Wi-Fi hotspot and send Wi-Fi to my laptop and then stream it off my laptop, which I was doing earlier this week, but that's kind of a hassle and it drains battery and it runs through data really fast. And I have unlimited data, but the hotspot data is limited. It's like they give you a bucket of hotspot data. So yeah, that's dumb. But that's a thing. Maybe. No. So close on some of these. That one fit. I feel like this one should fit right here. It doesn't want to though. Maybe I'll make it fit. About to start force fitting stuff here. Okay. It's the Jedi way. Almost done. Right. There we go. There we go. Finally. Got one that fit. Obey me. Yep. There we go. Just a few spots left, folks, and then we can clear this and I can glue down the other piece and we can wrap it up. There's an end in sight. Maybe I'll put time codes in this one for future people because it's such a long video. I don't normally put time codes in my live streams because they're a pretty consistent through line. And you kind of, it's like hard to put time codes too because I skip around. You know, I do multiple things at once and skip around, so I may need to put time codes in this one for people so that they don't get angry at me going, oh my god, when does it do the thing? But those of you who are still live with me, you are troopers. Either you fell asleep or you're just awesome. Okay, I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more, and then we're done. We're jamming, and I hope you like jamming too. We're jamming, and I hope you like jamming too. Do 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 do. Almost. And to be out there like reggae, I have a newfound love for reggae. Not love, but interest. I'm not like a super fan. I saw the Bob Marley movie. And I was like, oh, this is pretty great. Now that I understand the context behind the music, I never gravitated much to reggae, but after watching the Bob Marley movie and sort of understanding the context behind the culture of it, I was like, oh, okay, interesting. It made me interested in it more than I'd ever been. It's also a very good movie. Almost there, almost there. Do 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 do. Man, these are all like a little bit too small. Do I have any that are bigger? So close. Oh my gosh, they're all like just a little bit too small. Why? Almost there. I said almost there a lot. But that's what you do when you're on a Death Star trench run. You say, almost there. Okay, how big are these? These are 15/16. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 that are bigger than this. Bigger. Bigger, bigger, bigger. This, how big is this relative to my little cutting jig? Oh wow, that needs to be a lot bigger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 8 more. Set this over here in my little pile. And I hope you like cutting too. Also what that is. Cutting. And I hope you like cutting too. One, two, what did I say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Come on. 6, 7, and right. All right, hopefully that is good. Good enough to finish it up. I don't know why I tap it, but I do. My dad used to do stuff like that. That's probably why. Oh, great. Now it's too big. More glue on that side. Well, that side's done now. Let's do this side. Jamming. And I hope you like jamming too. This is like when I was cutting the grid pattern for the Danger Room diorama. It was like 3 streams of just cutting squares. Pretty monotonous, but I talked about a lot of stuff in those streams. You get to see how truly boring I actually am in these streams. Oilers run out of things to talk about. Has the world gone mad? Yes. But not a moment too late. Come on, there we go. There we go. Let's see if we can get these two to fit. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. That one's a little loose. One more. Just so it fits proper. Proper. Is that it? Did we get it? Yes. Yep. Okay, now I can finish the other thing while this dries, then I can sand that, coat it and glue it. Cool, thanks for sticking around this long, guys. All right, don't need any of these anymore. All these cutoffs in a little bag. Do that later though. through, baby. We're jamming. All right. Probably peel this off now. Yep. Good to go. Kind of see what that's going to look like when it's in the front. It's going to be obviously on top. Looks like all the lines line up. Yay! I did something right. Okay. So now I just need to cut. Oh, I do need my ruler still. I need to cut the backers. So 3 3/8 by 7 1/8. Did I just do it like that? No. It's not 7 1/8. That's 7 1/2. Okay. Just cutting the back to fit only that part. I don't need it to do the, well, actually, no, I should. Yeah, that's what I want to do. 3 3/8. I'm actually going to give myself a new blade here. So that should fit there. Yes, it does. Does it fit on the other side too? Yes. So I will cut the second one using the first one. This goes in the scrap bin. And then I just need to cut this right there. There it is. I lost my cut mark. There we go. There's that. So now I just need 2 matching pieces of vellum. Just gonna do this. Almost there. Pretty self-explanatory what I'm doing right now. So just creating these little vellum backers. I don't know if I'm going to glue these or tape these or both. Probably both. Oops. Yep. Yep. So I'm going to use some styro goo because this glues anything to anything. Spread it around. Thin is fine. Just gonna poke out any little spider webbings that I got so it doesn't glue to the front of the Shoji screen. Papier. Just holding it up to the light so I can get any little spider webs out before they cure. Okay. That looks pretty cool, just like that, actually. If it wasn't going on a brown backing, I would just leave it. See that? It's a little dark on the brown backing. Okay, then I glue this down. Just gonna do the edges and I'll probably tape it down. Got a little dust under there. Let me dust that back up really quick. Brush. Oops. There we go. There we go. That looks good. Ta-da! Same tin here. I'm going very light with this, by the way, too. Like, this stuff actually cures faster the thinner you apply it, so I'm having to work pretty quick right now. The light again. Yep, good to go. Yep. There's nothing on here this time. Two of these. Okay. Nice. Yeah, all right. That looks like I did something. Cool. Just gonna let this dry. See if I can get this up now. This should be safe. And we can, well, let me sand it first. Be better if I did that. Okay, get my little helper tools here. It worked so well last time. I should probably do as much erasing as I can before I do that. That would make more sense. And I'm not rubbing it into the wood if I don't have to. Almost done. What's up, Go For It Painting? Are you saying bye or are you saying hi? Probably saying bye, huh? We're wrapping it up here. You've seen the process. If you guys take off, I won't be offended, but once I glue this together and glue it to the wall, that'll pretty much be it. So another 20 minutes probably. I think I said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, but hey, here we are. Fun sounds. That broke again. That's annoying. That's okay. I can just glue that one really quick. Turn my fan on while I do this part. Okay. I might just super glue these really quick. I don't like doing that because it ruins the finish, but it is what it is. Glue it in place on this anyways. I guess it doesn't really matter that I don't have that perfectly sitting there. I wanted to hold the structure before I glue it to the rest of the piece. And of course I super glued this wood to my mat. That's okay, there it is, it's off. We're jamming. I hope you like jamming too. Where did I put my brush? There it is. Just a little few things I gotta pick off here. Maybe I'll do a quick back. Quick once over on the back side. Come on. A little piece right here that needs to come off. Ah, of course. Okay, throw a clear coat on this really quick. That gets over to there. glue this one down now. Just make sure everything is lined up good. I'm going to draw my 1-inch reference line here. To the reference line. Yeah, it sticks far a little here. I can sand that off. It's a little low on this side. That's okay though. Going to glue this strip here because the wood I'm putting this on, the MDF, is a little bitty bit bowed, so this will help stabilize the center a little bit. And then we're going to wood glue the poop out of it. Clear glue here on the edges. Nice. Okay. I'm going to put a bunch of weight on this. Make sure it doesn't shift. Okay. Now we'll check the doors, and I will do the vellum backing for the doors. That should be good. Sweet. It's like almost the perfect size already. Almost. I'm going to, I could cover the whole back, but then I'm gluing this to this and gluing this to that. I want to do as much wood to wood as I can, because it will be a stronger bond than having layers of paper in between things. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut these like I did the other ones, where the panels are just slightly bigger than the actual divisions in the grid. Probably turn that fan off in a sec. Thanks again for all the likes, guys. If anybody's here that hasn't hit that like button, it's much appreciated. Lets people know that you actually liked it and you watched this long. Or maybe you hate watching it, I don't know. Either way, thanks for watching this long. Turn that fan off. Nope, need another piece of vellum. Let me get another piece of vellum. Hold on a sec, guys. That's not it. There we go. There we go. Same gluing process here. Spider web. Do the other side while I'm at it. I've done a few things like this where I've had to stack paper vellum, lucite, or not lucite, acetate. And if you kind of make them, you kind of glue in strategic ways, you can just kind of flatten them all down. So that's why all of my pieces are cut slightly bigger, so that they have just enough of an edge to glue down and overlap the previous piece, or overlap to glue down to the anchor piece, anchor layer. I think a lot like the digital programs I learned how to use too. I think a lot like AutoCAD. I plan out a lot like AutoCAD. I think a lot like AutoCAD. I think a lot like Photoshop, Rhinoceros, the 3D modeling program. I think in terms of layers and building booleans and surfaces, so not all the time, but sometimes, and that helps me figure out, you know, the best way to do it. Okay. Okay. Bueno. Another one here. There we go. There's that one. Okay, let's see if we can't wrap this guy up. Or girl, if you prefer, whatever. Let's see what this looks like. Ooh, there we go. Have to move these over. There we go. Like that. Sweet. Pretty good. Not bad. Not perfect, but not bad. Good enough for me. Okay. I'm just going to put a bunch of glue down on this. And I think I'm going to use just this. Yep. I think that's gonna do it. Okay, I'm just gonna weight this down for a minute. And then I'm gonna let this cure a little bit, and then hopefully I can hold it up here to the camera. Let me just clean up my mess here. Oh man, what is it, 5 hours? My goodness, yeah, I think that's my longest stream. I think I did one that was like 4 something when I was working on the Gambit Danger Room. But I had to get that done for multiple reasons. Number one, because it's cool to see a finished project on camera. And number two, I need it ready for displaying in Vegas. So there we go. So I'm just going to pick up my mace. Tomorrow, I'm going to wrap up a bunch of stuff in the evening. Wrap up a bunch of stuff. Well, I don't know, not just the evening, the whole day. And sorry, I'm just like zoning out on how tired I am. I gotta wrap up a few miniature tables, a couple of miniature stools, a bunch of random stuff. Since you stayed for this long, I'll reward you with something cool here. There's still 19 of you here. So this is how I'm making miniature stools. So I made this little mold. I made these walnut discs. Show you, really cool. Thank you for sticking around this long. So I'm working on, I'll show you another miniature table too. Darth Moza, thanks for being here, no problem. So this is a little bar that I made with embedded. Eric Bradshaw, what's up? This is a little bar that I made with embedded blue resin and steel railings, and I needed some stools for it. So I made some walnut discs. I took some washers, these washers, and I stuck them to the walnut wood with double-sided tape, and I took them on my belt sander and I ground them down to the metal so they were perfect little walnut discs. And then I made a silicone mold of it. Hold on, just pull all this off. I'm going to throw all this away anyways. And now I can cast resin bar stools with this mold that I made, or I can combine them and make walnut or wood and resin, depending on how I want to do it. But you see now, there's my little mold, and there's my 1/4 inch thick walnut discs that I made with these washers. So now I can, I can take these and I can break these like in half and clean some of the middle out. I can put those halves back in here and pour resin in the middle and get like little resin, live edge resin river walnut stool seats. So that's what I'm going to be working on tomorrow, is little stools for this guy. So there'll be little guys sitting at stools at the bar here. So yeah, it's fun making miniature tables. Washer fits in there perfectly as it should. Having a lot of fun making miniature furniture. It's something I always wanted to get into, but I just didn't really have the time or the drive or the purpose. But when I went to Vegas last year, I brought all my normal stuff that I make. My water towers, my dumpsters, my trash cans. And the trash cans sold out. I sold 3 dumpsters. I think I brought like 7. I sold 3. Nobody bought a water tower, which was surprising. And sold a bunch of small stuff, other things. And then I put all that stuff on Etsy, and it all sold on Etsy. But that crowd is looking for a mix of stuff. So I'm bringing some of the same stuff I brought last year, but a little bit less of it and more of this other stuff. So it gave me an excuse to try a bunch of stuff I hadn't tried yet, or different versions of things I hadn't tried yet. So, and that is some of the stuff that I hadn't tried yet that I always wanted to try. So I'm thankful to get the chance to do that. And like I said, I have a whole stack of stuff over there for it. Yeah, I have a whole stack of stuff for miniature terrariums. I'm making miniature table decorations and wall decor, but stuff that like I'd actually want in my house, you know? So it's sort of like, it's almost like Manly Dollhouse miniatures, if you will. So I'd like to make some like soft chairs, but I don't think I'll have time. I'm gonna have to stick with all my woodworking stuff. So tomorrow is going to be assembling my actual display where all these walls slide into it. And then whatever time I have left, basically after that, is going to be cleaning up a tiny art experiment, finishing the tables that I have, and then moving that into Tuesday, and then whatever I get done is whatever I get done at that point, and then we're going to Vegas. So it is what it is at that point. I was hoping to have like maybe another 2 days worth of time, but there's never enough time, and that's just kind of how it is. You just have to accept that. And it stresses you out, and then you get cranky, and then your wife's like, what's wrong with you? And then you're like, I'm sorry, I love you. And she's like, I don't believe you. You're a psychopath. I'm like, I know, I'm sorry. I'm tired. And normally I would stay here later and work on stuff, but I am hecka tired, and that was a long live stream. But I'm glad I got it done. Now I know a wall vat detail takes about 5 hours. I have a good baseline for doing that in the future if I want to do it again. So we all learned something today, including me. Oops. Dropping stuff everywhere. This pile of foam over here is cutoffs from the sneak preview of that dio I showed at the beginning of the stream. It's a video, future video, so if you'd like to see what that looks like, my latest members only live stream, I show off what it looks like and what it is. So they got a big sneak preview. Bag of wood. Probably leave all this wood out because I'll make some miniature table stuff with it. Hold on. I'll be back. Setting these over here. Also got to clean my truck. I've got 4 days worth of stuff to do in 2 days, so, you know, it is what it is. All right, that's probably dry enough. Let me take the blocks off of this and set it up, and then I'll flip the camera around. This sucker's pretty heavy. Hold on. Okay. There it is. And imagine, you know, like somebody said, a little bonsai on this. Some walls, some lighting, I'm setting up like a miniature RC Willy, you know, where I put like a couple of tables, some little decorations, stuff like that. You know what I mean? So, pretty cool. See what Batman looks like. Batman, Batman. I am vengeance. Okay. Oh, thank you guys for sticking around for so long. I'm going to take a thumbnail picture and re-upload it, and I will see you guys probably in 2 weeks, because next Sunday I'm going to be in Vegas. And so I'm going to, if the time and the fancy gets tickled, I'll try to do a live stream from the event. I tried to do that last year, but there wasn't good internet, and it was hard to find a time to do it. So, but if it works out, I'll do it this year. If not, I'll record footage and try to share it. You guys rock. We'll see you later.